pale kupitia kwenye Radio Gen KE. On the other platforms are Radio Gen KE. You can also follow us on our website on www.rgk.co.ke. There you're going to find us live, by the way. And remember, this is the People's Breakfast. Starts from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. And of course, we do a lot of discussions here. We do a lot of conversations here, conversations that are quite important, critical in our country, like a time like right now. So you are welcome. We go together.
All right, so that means you should be logging in right now to rgk.co.ke, because that's not only where you'll find us live, but also where you get some of the top stories that we're going to be discussing this particular morning. But before we do that, we always look at a day that the world is celebrating. So, Patricia, what are we celebrating today?
Yeah, today we are observing, this is the 24th of July.
Yes, it is.
So we are observing a day called International Self-Care Day. International Self-Care Day. Yeah, just like the day, it's all about self-care.
Yeah.
You look at the things that concern you, like your health. So many things, especially sana health, your physical, mental, emotional, quite important.
Right.
Yes.
Nimeona jamaa fulani anajulikana kama Frank Just Jimit. Ama ni Frank Jimit. Amepaka Q-Tex kwa mikono.
Yeah.
Kwa vidole rather. And is that also considered self-care?
Self-care.
You know, grooming yourself,
yeah.
Going to the salon for the women, going to a barber shop for the gentlemen.
It is self-care because kupaka rangi,
yani kujijali.
Kwenda kujijali hiyo also affects your emotional health.
All right.
Quite important.
Would you date someone who does that?
But men nowadays, you're doing that.
There's a difference between kushuka nywele, kuweka dreadlocks.
Yes.
But would you actually date a man who's doing nail polish and perhaps even some makeup here and there?
But you guys usually do it.
I'm asking
nowadays,
you if you would date. I'm not asking if guys do it. Guys do it. I'm asking, would you date?
But if you're just putting the clear polish on your nails,
leo ni amwe ni kuje na polish ya red, na maanisha hivyo.
No.
Mwanaume anapaka polish ya red, black, blue.
If I'm dating,
anaweka zile kucha refu.
Hiyo nitakutoa. If you're dating, hiyo nitakutoa.
No, you see, if you meet that person already looking like that, would you date them?
No.
Okay. Utaanza kuambia mtu asivae venye anapenda. Ni wewe tu ujiondoe.
Sawa. So by the way, you know, today is 24th of July.
Yes,
so
it is.
7/24, which symbolizes the importance of practicing self-care 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Come again?
7/24. Tunasemanga 7/24.
Tunasemanga 24/7.
24/7.
Yes.
Yeah, we start with the 24. So this is what he says, that you practice self-care 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, let's be honest. There's some 8 hours that you're usually asleep, so you really can't do much during that time. You don't know even what happens to your body at that.
But that is also self-care.
Actually, kuna jamaa wa smoke hapa nje. Nilimuuliza, nikamsalimia, nikamwambia good morning, akaniambia habari ya masiku. Nikamwambia lakini bro, si tulikuwa tuna wewe jana, nilikuja nikakula mai pasi hapa. Akaniambia eti yeye anaamini. He's Burundian, He told me that yeye huwa anaamini ukilala a lot happens, including even days.
It is
change.
true.
Days change. Not at you sleep Monday, you wake up on Tuesday. No, he meant that you might have slept on a Monday and the world tells you you've woken on a Tuesday. But in reality, you might have even slept for 3 days. And I told him, lakini si uko na watu wengine wenye mlilala nao jana mkamka leo asubuhi. Akanambia, my friend, the world doesn't work like that. And I said, you know what? Wewe nipatie tu smoke zangu niende, because
that is a very different perspective.
This is a very interesting theory you have. But anyway, the point I was driving is the fact that you have 8 hours of sleep generally and you don't know what happens. So self-care is the other 16 hours that you're actually awake.
Yeah, there's a lot that happens, by the way.
At night.
Yeah.
Kuna mosquitoes.
When you're sleeping. A lot really happens. Have you ever heard of those people who walk while they are sleeping?
Yes.
Yeah, and then in the morning you're like, bro, what was happening at night? Me, I don't know. sipi nilikuwa nimelala, mwingine anaongea
ya kuongea. Nimepatana na watu kadhaa and also kuongea na kuanga a sign of kuchoka. Yes, because you're deep in sleep, you're deep in probably even you're deep in a dream. And the dream manifests physically. Okay,
let me ask you, does it mean that the other people who do not talk while they are sleeping, they do not get tired?
No,
they don't get exhausted?
No, but I'm just saying that
because there are some specific people who talk while they are asleep.
It's very true. Just like there are specific people who walk while they sleep.
Yes,
that's very true. But I'm just saying that sometimes, I'm sure even you, somewhere in your life, if you don't sleep talk, you've ever spoken in your sleep. You've spoken out loud.
I do not know.
Yeah.
That one I don't know.
Ni juu huna mtu, tafuta mtu akwambiange hizi vitu.
Anaambia usiku ulikuwa unapigia story wewe.
Kuna vitu ulikuwa unasema huyu jamaa anaitwa Steven ni nani? Umekuwa ukitaja hapa Steven.
Anyway, there's also another day. Cousins Day. Makuzo ni aje?
Cousins Day. All right. So what is so special about it?
Just dedicated to celebrating the unique bond shared with cousins. It's a time to reconnect, share memories, and appreciate the role of cousins in our lives.
The role of cousins in our lives. Okay. Me, I have so many cousins.
Yes.
My grandfather had 4 wives. So cousins ni wengi.
Makuzo ni wengi.
Makuzo ni wengi.
Yeah.
And that is just one side of the family. Hii side ingine pia
there are many also.
My grandmother gave birth to many children, and those children gave birth to many of my cousins. So makuzo ni wengi. And every once in a while we usually gather, whether it's Christmas, Easter, a wedding, a burial, and I appreciate my cousins. I can say that. Yeah.
So usishangae kwamba uko na cousins wengine uwajui. Wengine umewajua tu juzi kwamba kumbe these are my cousins.
Hapana, I doubt kuna cousins sijui.
Kuna wengi by the way.
Hapana.
Siku moja utakuja kupata by the way I know, I'm so sure kuna watu wengi.
Tuko na group ya cousins. Yes. From both sides of the family. Tuko na group ya cousins from side ya mom, tuko na group ya cousins, side ya dad, tuko na group ya cousins. So and everyone is in those respective groups. Na tunajua, we might not know each other. Like I might meet them here in town and not remember them because like I said,
the group.
But like I said, tuko wengi.
Well,
but mtu anaweza niangalia because I'm more popular in the family, so they'll be like, Mung'ala Mbuvi. I'm like, mambo. And then I'm like, I'm your cousin. I'm like, oh, from which auntie or from which uncle? Then they explain and I'm like, oh
yeah. So today is that day. Celebrate your cousins, appreciate the role they play in your life.
Okay.
Yes.
Big shout out to cousins out there. So we got now to the train.
Yes, RGK train taking us to Burkina Faso. And there's this quote by one Thomas Sankara. The other day you really requested for a quote from him.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the quote which says, "He who feeds you controls you."
He who feeds you controls you.
Yes.
Ni kweli, sababu pia there's another proverb I think or a saying that says, do not bite the hand that feeds you. Sababu ukiuma itacha kukulisha. Na utaumia. Yeah, so also it's true because sometimes feeding can be also metaphorical.
Sure.
Can be also symbolic. Like the person who also pays you, controls you.
Of course.
Yes. Right now you're an employee. You're told you have to be here by a certain time.
Yes.
And you can leave after a certain time. There are specific things that you need to do. That person who has employed you can give you specific tasks that you cannot decline. So yeah, he who feeds you controls you. Well,
I also want us to look at it from the perspective of the economy. Yeah. And the well-being of of countries.
All right.
Like just the other day, African countries were really complaining when Trump did stop the aid that he was giving to Africans, majorly in the health sector. Kenyans also complained, but remember we were told that he who feeds you controls you.
Lakini sasa pia
so to some extent there is some freedom, because nimekuwa nasikia African countries saying that hawa wazungu wanatutawala, these western people, this and that. But at the end of the day, you know, there is a way they are feeding you. So they feed you to some extent.
Yeah, they
will control you.
Yeah. And then that's the other thing. Nowadays Africa has started being woke. tumeanza kukataa kukontroliwa.
Yes.
And I'll just go to the person you've mentioned right now, Thomas Sankara. His country right now, Burkina Faso, being led by Captain Traore. Traore yeye amesema, my friend, sitakubali my people to be controlled. And he kicked out the French former French colony. Of course, they were allies at this particular point. Mambe, you guys are not helping us. You're coming into a country in the name of bringing us NGOs, and things are not working the way they're supposed to be working. You own most of our industries, and by extension, our resources.
True.
Mamwambia, my friend, kanyageni kubwa kubwa, mwendo huko kwenu, mrudi huko France, mjipange. Sisi kama Burkina Faso tutajipanga.
So there is usually some potential that you'll never realize if you're being controlled, if you're being fed. There is some potential in your life you will never realize because you will be controlled.
I wish we could go the Burkina Faso way though, and just not necessarily tufukuze foreigners and foreign investors, but we negotiate better terms for our own resources. Because I can assure you, there are so many foreign companies that are in Kenya that control our resources, and we have zero say over those resources.
Because we are used to the final product. Now the food. We are just used to the final, yet we do not know that these guys control the major part of the resources that we own.
From our flowers,
yes,
our coffee, even some minerals, we have absolutely zero say. As Kenyans, we have zero say over those resources, and it's really sad, including resources such as water. Kuna bottling companies hapa zinatupatia mineral water, spring water, distilled water, ni maji yetu, lakini wewe utasema hiyo maji itachotwaje, itapakejuaje, na utaikunywa namna gani? Hao ndio wana decide kila kitu, and they own the source of that. It's really bad. Like
yesterday, what you were discussing here with the doctor Muluka, it's quite important to know that for us to be where we are, we have really tumetembea sana. Hapa pali tuko saizi tumetembea sana, and then we will have now to put in extra effort for us to be able to get back to where we are supposed to be. Because kuna mambo mengi sana amefanyika hapa katikati, like you realize that tuko na industries that they are using our natural resources from within our country, but then you realize they control you. Na ni kwa sababu pali kuna mali tu tulepiga mahesabu zetu vibaya. Yes.
All right. Sawa. Wakati wa kuingia sasa katika habari ambazo zilikuwa zina trend kwa Kiswahili ni nini? Wewe ndio ulikuwa Mombasa.
Tumia tu trend yako.
Wewe ni mkosti fake. Anyway, so these are some of the news that are making headlines, or rather made headlines in the last couple of hours, So log on to rgk.co.ke, and the first story you'll see there if you're on a laptop, and by the way, these stories keep on changing with every passing minute, so what you might find top there might not be top in the next 5 minutes, but there's a guy here who goes by the name of Mheshimiwa Ndindi Nyoro. He's the MP for Kiharu. Now, lately he has been on, do I say rampage? Because vitu anatuambia juu ya hii serikali yetu kidogo mia zinanistua. So this is what the story says. MP Nyoro sounds alarm on 44.7 billion Talanta Stadium bond. So what has Tanya Wanjiku uncovered? The government's financing plan for the Talanta Sports Complex has continued to attract criticism, with Kiharu MP Ndindi Nyoro warning that the 44.7 billion bond floated to fund the project could eventually cost Kenyans up to 100 billion, nearly triple the original amount. Now, the stadium, which will seat 60,000 people and is expected to host matches during the 2027 Africa Cup of Nations, is being financed through a securitization model spearheaded by Lindsay Finco. While the project was unveiled with excitement by President Ruto, the funding strategy is facing growing scrutiny from within political and financial circles. Nyoro, who previously chaired the Budget and Appropriations Committee in the National Assembly, has described the bond as a form of concealed borrowing that lacks openness and will leave a heavy debt burden on generations to come. This is the same MP just last week, I think it was.
Yes, it was.
Who told us that fuel levy and fuel taxes have been securitized. A word I learned for the very first time that week. Yani anamaanisha serikali tayari ilishachukua mkopo in advance na fuel levy yetu.
Yes.
Na taxes zile zingine surrounding fuel. Na ndio maana Tanzania wananunua lita moja ya mafuta kwa shilingi 148. Ama ilikuwanga 143. Hapa Kenya tunanunua 186. Sababu ni gani? Sababu serikali yako, according to Mheshimiwa Nyoro, walishachukua mkopo na wakasema ya kwamba huo mkopo watalipa na zile fedha ambazo sisi tunatumia kununua nini? Mafuta.
Well, I saw the CS Treasury tried to alijaribu kutetea sana. Alijaribu kutetea sana serikali, but it reached a point where he could not defend further. And then now, yes, he tried to come out and say something, speak something about the whole issue, but it did not clear the doubts that Kenyans still have up to date. And I also saw that they've tried to launch so many development projects in terms of the roads.
Right.
You get, and I know all that itakuja kuwekwa yote katika maswala ya levy. You get, but it is quite important sometimes, whatever they are saying, being opaque is really not doing good to the government.
Why is it that Uganda, which is a landlocked country, have cheaper fuel than Kenya, where that fuel has to pass through before it gets to Uganda?
Has to pass through your country.
Yes, we have different economies for sure, but surely there are some things kidogo as it make sense.
But of course you're not going to compare the economy of Kenya with the economy
but
of,
that is how you know you're doing better, because
Uganda. No, I mean in terms of,
when we say our economy is doing good, it's doing good against what?
You see, like I usually say, in economics there are a lot of dynamics. Kuna tu vitu mob, kuna vitu mingi sana that we just need an expert in economics maybe to come and explain, but there is a lot. Sometimes you might see, you would want to just compare a price here in Kenya and another price in Tanzania, but there are underlying dynamics that they do not match. You are not supposed to compare the two, although
unfortunately nitakompare. Unajua kwa nini? Watu wengi huwa wanaendea nguo wapi? Uganda.
Yes.
Kuja kutuzia pa wholesale or rather retail, because Uganda wanazipata na wholesale price. Why? Haya, something else. Even food stuff. Apparently we import eggs from is it Uganda or Tanzania? Why? Yet we have chicken in our very own country. Actually yesterday kwa barabara karibu nikanyange kuku because they're just gallivanting across the road. But we are getting eggs from Tanzania because apparently it is cheaper to go over 1,000 kilometers to get eggs. Yet in our very own country we have farmers, we have young people who are doing chicken farming. Kwani hizo mayai zao zinaenda wapi? Kuku zao zinaenda wapi? Hata
kulima tunalima, but still we are getting, it cannot be enough. We are getting a lot, we are importing a lot from the neighboring countries.
That is why when I compare our economy, if it were like we say one thing, we can pick out one thing and say, okay, fine, fuel, it's one of those things. Maybe Tanzania has just decided, you know what, they will not tax their fuel. And we can say, okay, fine, that's why it is way cheaper than ours. But the honest truth is, Tanzania is taxing their fuel. Tanzania is also putting levies on their fuel. Kwani levy yao na yetu tofauti kwapi? Yet we are getting fuel from the same source. Our oil comes from the same sources. Si ati yetu kuna mahali tunaenda kuichukua huko China.
Remember also the difference in the value of the shilling, Kenyan shilling, Tanzanian shilling, Ugandan shilling. They are quite different. And that's why I'm saying there are a lot of dynamics when it comes to economy. So tutahitaji a specialist one of these fine days, pengine akuja tueleze zaidi tuweze kuelewa.
We have a stronger shilling. That means our stuff should be cheaper, man. That's what I'm trying to say. We have a higher negotiating power when it even comes to buying that fuel from these countries that are supplying us. So mimi niko na shida na hiyo story. But anyway, Ndini Nyoro has said what he has said. You can check that story on rgk.co.ke. Let's see what else is trending here. There's a story about Steve Munyako. We mentioned it yesterday, but I think it's fair if we just talk about it again. Steve Munyako, a Kenyan national who had been imprisoned in Saudi Arabia for 13 years following a manslaughter conviction, is expected to return home today after securing his release through months of diplomatic efforts. His freedom follows a high-level intervention by Kenyan authorities, including President William Ruto and Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi. In a statement on Wednesday, Mudavadi confirmed Munyako's release, saying Mr. Stephen Munyako, a Kenyan national who had been sentenced to death in Saudi Arabia for manslaughter, has been released and is expected to return home as early as today. Now, Munyako, whose execution had been scheduled for May 15th, 2024, was freed after extensive negotiations with Saudi authorities, and of course it led to a successful appeal for clemency. After his release from prison on Tuesday, he was taken to a deportation facility. Before that, he was granted permission to perform Umrah, a minor pilgrimage, in a gesture coordinated by the Kenyan embassy and Saudi officials. So he did a pilgrimage. I don't know, Umrah happens in Mecca? Sijui haya mambo. Si Mecca iko Saudi Arabia?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm assuming maybe he was allowed to do that one thing. And then
maybe we ask somebody about what is Umrah.
We can Google it. We don't even need to go far. Wacha niandike Umrah.
I think I don't know whether it's a kind of a punishment or what.
No, it's not punishment. It's not punishment. It's a pilgrimage.
Okay.
Yeah. Inasema hivi, Umrah, an Islamic pilgrimage to Mecca, the holiest city for Muslims located in the Hijazi region of Saudi Arabia. It can be undertaken at any time of the year.
Okay.
So he did a small pilgrimage to Mecca.
And then now
deportation mara hiyo.
But arudi nyumbani sasa.
Hapa niko na maswali. Jamaa anaitwa Stephen Munyako. Ama mimi ndio nimepata jina yake vibaya. Stephen Munyako. Alafu Steven akaenda kufanya Umrah.
Why not?
Steven Steven ni Mkristo ama mimi ndio sielewi?
Okay, I'm just looking at it like when you are a Christian and you have converted maybe to Muslim. I don't know whether when you convert you will start going to change your, like when you are still an adult, you've taken already your ID, you have registered. So I don't know whether pengine after you have converted you can be able to go and change your name.
Yeah, but anyway, I think I saw somewhere he's called Stephen Abdirahman ama Abdikadir Munyako. I think at one point when he converted, because his ID still maintains the name Stephen Munyako. Yeah, but clearly ni kama alislim, akakuwa Muislamu na akakubaliwa ku practice faith yake. Yeah, tunamtakia kila laheri.
Mung'ala,
yes.
Do you remember Mackenzie?
Of course I do remember Mackenzie.
The alleged leader of that cult that led to the death of so many Kenyans. Yeah, so apparently there's something that is also happening right now. There are fears of new cult deaths in Kilifi as Mackenzie allegedly leads from jail.
Okay, do they have any evidence to that?
That is why they're saying it is allegedly. You know, I was watching the news on TV and I saw this one person saying that when you start fasting, the fasting that they are saying,
yes,
you fast to go to heaven. So when you start fasting, that guy was claiming that Mackenzie must pray for you,
okay,
while he's still in jail. He prays for you kama bado yuko kule jail. If somebody has died, that he must be called, he must pray for them before they bury them. That is according to that witness. Yeah, so a lot has been happening. But you know what? One thing that I do not understand. Why is it that such things are still happening in a place whereby it has been on the spotlight?
You know what?
What has it been doing?
Let's actually read what the story says. Yeah, fresh fears have gripped Kilifi's Jakama Ranch following disturbing claims that controversial preacher Paul Mackenzie is still running his cult from behind bars, even as 6 children from a previously rescued family are feared dead and buried in what is being dubbed Shakahola 2. Now the children, Flora who's 15, Mary 14, Christine 10, Shadrach 6, Esther 4 and Tony 1 were part of a family rescued during last year's Shakahola operation. They were among hundreds removed from the forest after a deadly religious cult linked to Mackenzie was exposed. Authorities relocated the children and their parents to Nyadorera in Siaya County for reintegration, but in March this year, the family quietly returned to Kilifi. Yeah. Now, according to relatives, the father, Jairus, had lied that he had secured work in Bondo. In reality, he and his wife Lilian Atieno took the children back to the forest where they reportedly rejoined Mackenzie's outlawed sect. Hini, what kind of sorcery is this?
It's a cult. That's why we say it's a cult. You follow. You no longer use your common sense. You no longer think. You are just there. You just follow blindly, religiously.
Skiza ikitu Ati tragically, the children are now believed to be dead. A close relative who visited the parents at a police station said both confessed to burying the 6 minors at a hidden location within Kwabenzaro village deep inside Chakama Ranch. What kind of brainwashing is this whereby you kill your 6 children? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah. Actually, you starve them to death. You know, that is quite so painful. You know, I just want to imagine my son, like, it's today. They are hungry. You can't give them food. You tell them we are fasting. Tomorrow, they become frail. You continue starving them. Like, they want food, you can't give them. They want to take water, you can't give them. Then until you see them die. Until you see them die. Mpaka nashindwa kwani surely.
Alafu mzazi anadanganyana ati amepata kazi Bondo ndio waweze kurudi Kilifi.
It's quite unfortunate. We saw what happened before Mackenzie was arrested. We really saw what had happened, and it was a shock to this country that you realize watu wamekuwa wakikufa na wanazikwa katika ardhi ambayo ni ya serikali, and the government is not aware. And again, you know what has now surprised me is the fact that in that same area, why would such a thing happen while we are already aware of what was happening?
I think this whole issue of rescuing what are they called? Rescuing victims from such a cult, they should be given like proper counseling before being reintegrated into society. And when I say proper counseling, they should first of all, the counselors need to understand the state of mind of these people before they went into the cult, so that you can understand how to get them out of this cult.
Apparently, I know they did. People were being given
but hakuna venye cancel watu alafu warudi,
and then now people can
una cancel mtu anakwambia kosa alafu anarudi kwa hiyo nini situation.
You know, when you getting yourself into these cults, ndio ufike, let me tell you something, ndio ufike mahali ya kwamba you can deny your child, you can starve your child to death. Tell me, unakonga umefika level gani? What level is that?
Mimi hapo bado na fault serikali. These guys were sick, to be honest.
Yes.
Yeah. Because I do not know anywhere. Mimi ni Mkristo. Sijui mahali kwa New Testament. Maybe Old Testament kuna mambo kama haya sijui, lakini I don't know anywhere in the New Testament where you are allowed to end your life in such a way.
So those are the teachings according to the cult, and that is what they do believe in.
This is anyway.
That's what they do believe in. So it's quite unfortunate. Me, by the way, I'm faulting the government from the perspective of that area should have just been condoned. And again, I felt like, what is the use of technology? Mbona watu wasitumia hata drones kuangalia huo msitu and those areas?
But sasa shida ni wataangalia msitu 24/7.
No, why do we have structures in those ranches? Why do we have structures za watu wanaishi kule ndani?
You know what? Tufanye traffic. Looking at your roads right now, let me start with the great county of Nairobi. Hapa mnasema nini? Mnaendelea vipi Let's look at Mombasa Road, for instance. Mombasa Road is moving well at this particular hour. It's exactly 6:30 o'clock, so you can imagine hamna stress yoyote kwa sasa mkisonga. Whether you're coming from Kitengela, getting into Athi River and moving all the way through Mlolongo, Syokimau, mko tu sawa sawa. No complaints coming at this particular minute. Yeah. Acha niangalie kwingine kunaweza kuwa na noma ni wapi. I have to zoom out and zoom back in. Oh yeah. So this is Thika Road, Thika Super Highway, like we like calling it. From Garden City Mall, mko sawa. Coming all the way from Ruiru, no complaints. The only issue that you will encounter is once you start approaching Muthaiga. So from Survey getting into Utalii College, hapo ndio kuna noma. So there's traffic all the way until you go past Northview Road. That's where things start to ease a little bit as you're getting into where? Yes, as you're getting into Murang'a Road. So that means Murang'a Road there, you're approaching Ngara. Everything is looking good. Hakuna traffic pale kwa Globe Flyover, Globe Roundabout. Hapo hamna shida yoyote. Where else are we seeing trouble? University Way, hamna shida yoyote. Getting onto Wayaki Way, going all the way to Westlands, no complaints coming from that area. Anything on the roads on that particular side, you can let me know. What are you seeing on your end?
Jogoo Road quite okay, except kuna ile area nilisema pale Makadara, as you head through Botela. Yes, that is where I'm seeing a little bit of traffic. Again, junction ya kwenda Isili. This is Mohammed Yusuf Hajj Avenue. Kuna a little bit of traffic there. Jogoo Road up to City Stadium, Kingia Tao pia I'm seeing things are not bad. Ukienda upande wa Ngong Road, things are quite okay, except pale city mortuary roundabout. That is where we are seeing a bit of a snarl-up. Ukirudi tena kule junction kidogo tu ile ya mapema, but as I can see the map, most of the roads are quite okay, except just in places kidogo. That is where we are seeing a little bit of congestion. Mombasa, things are quite okay. Hata lights Kengeleni kwa sasa, traffic ni kidogo tu sana.
All right, so whatever is happening on the roads and you think is of importance to the country, tuambie ndio tuweze kuambia wananchi wenzetu.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
All right, it's time for us to get into the newspaper right now and see what is making headlines. Nisaidie kwa na gazeti moja tafadhali, Patricia. Haya, let's start with the Standard newspaper. The front page says rogue nganyas, They roar through Nairobi's streets like kings without crowns, matatus with no number plates, no rules and no fear, backed by political muscle and hidden behind shell companies. These rogue vehicles are turning public transport into a circus of impunity. While ordinary Kenyans are crushed under the weight of traffic laws, the powerful race above them, literally with DJs, drugs and dance floors on wheels. This is anarchy in motion, sanctioned by silence and blessed by the highest offices in the land. Now wanasema, and the president's son. With George Ruto's just launched Mood Matatu now flouting the rules, with regulators and traffic police turning a blind eye lest they get into the bad books of the first family. These vehicles belong to who's who in government. The NTSA Act of 2012 is supposed to regulate matatu fabrication, but enforcement has failed. It's hard to impound a vehicle owned by a senior official's child. This is according to Matatu Operators Association, Dickson Mbogua. Now there's a picture here of President William Ruto's son, George, with a fan during the inspection of his matatu called Mood at a garage in Nairobi.
You know, the day that matatu was being launched, I was in town.
Ni kama uliattend kitu
No, I wasn't attending, but at least attending but I was in town and I saw the commotion that was there. Tukirudi nyumbani, nakutana nazo kwa barabara, nakutana na hiyo gari kwa barabara, and I'm telling you, even yesterday,
yes,
when I was going to town, the mat that I boarded, somebody just said something about the matatu. Yeah, kwamba ukikutana nayo kwa njia ni wewe uondoke.
Haya.
Yeah, so okay, it's
your
okay.
Story tutaangalia tumsijali. Civil servants must use public hospitals. Now, a bill in Parliament has gotten approval from MPs that will see all government workers forced to use local hospitals to make services better. Hii kama Paul Mung'ala Mbuvi nakataa.
Utaki watu watumie?
Hapana, sitaki watu wakuwe forced kutumia. Tuko na rights na freedoms in this country. Tuko na rights na freedoms.
So okay, you have rights and freedoms, but don't you have trust with your health system, because you are the people? You are part of that government. Sawa. You are some of the people there.
Yes.
The civil servants are also workers in the health sector.
This has got nothing to do with trusting my government or trusting my anything. This has got the fact that I need to be able to, as a civil servant. I'm not a civil servant, but I'm assuming that maybe maybe one day I might be employed as a civil servant. And I have people who are employed as civil servants, family and friends. I don't want you to be forced to use a facility that you're not comfortable with. I'm not saying that Kenyatta National Hospital, for example, is not up to par. I'm not saying KU Hospital is not good. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that
they should not be forced.
You cannot force someone to use a facility in the name of let's make services better. Make services better. So that people can choose.
Actually, that is what I was about to say.
Make services better so that people can choose to go their volume. See, unanilazimisha sasa.
Yes, I think it is that is okay. That is okay. Yeah, make the services first as iko poa. Then now you can tell people to go. But okay, according to the government right now, the services are quite good.
Listen, kitu nasema tu, services zifanywe zikuwe sawa. Ndio msilazimisha watu kuenda huko. Ask yourself, why are people choosing to go to the more expensive public hospitals? Why? Because they obviously provide better services. So go to the private hospitals and benchmark. Mwende Aga Khan, mwende Nairobi, mwende Avenue, mwende MP Shah, mwende ruko kote.
But Mung'ala, looking at what has happened so far, according to the government, it believes that it has transformed the health sector.
Yeah, we don't care.
Believes that it has, and because of course Kenyans, of course nowadays they don't believe anything from the government, anything. Hata serikali kuja ikuwekea nini hapa, utasema hapana. Let me check first of all. Because there is that mistrust that has always been there. But what if right now ukienda katika hizo hospitali zina work?
Kuna Professor Gola ambaye alikuwa hapa I think last week alituambia tusiambiwe kwa mfano na msemaji wa serikali ya kwamba vitu zinafanya kazi. Tusiambiwe mahindi bei imeshuka. Tusiambiwe potatoes bei imeshuka. Tunataka farmers wenyewe wakuja watuambie bei imekuwa better. The same way tuna expect wagonjwa waje watuambie nilikuwa Kenyatta nikatibiwa very good. Nilikuwa Kenyatta University Hospital nikatitiwa very good. Moi University Hospital nikatitiwa vizuri. Na Pumwani na Mama Lucy huko kwote nikatibiwa vyema, such that mimi kama Paul Mung'ala Mbuvi, if I have to weigh between an expensive private institution and a public institution, it's a no-brainer. I will go back to something I think I said this week, and it's about Germany. I have family in Germany, and they told me huko hakuna tofauti ya private hospital na government hospital. Number one, prices the same. Prices the same. Haijalishi kama utaingia Kenyatta ama utaingia AR. Bei ya kutibiwa homa yote ni sawa. Bei ya consultation yote ni sawa. Then number two, the services are the same. Hakuna mahali utaenda upate kuna a better specialist than the other. Hygiene the same.
So Mung'ala,
customer care the same.
Yes. So I also want you to look at it from this perspective, whereby tumeona zile efforts, for example, the government has put in place in terms of like doctors.
Yes.
Easy, tumeona a lot of hospitals zenye zimekuwa they have been shut down. And you realize zingine pia zilikuwa ni za madaktari. So this doctor is employed maybe in Kenyatta Hospital.
Yes.
And he has a personal clinic, a private clinic, hospital or somewhere.
Yes.
So you realize you going to the private hospital, it is the same doctor.
Yep.
Yule daktari mwenye yuko Kenyatta ndo yule unaenda kumpata pale kwa sababu ni kazi yake. And there he is going to serve you well. So somebody was saying this discouraging these doctors to be owning those private whatever clinics, and also supporting the government hospitals is going to improve the service delivery in these health facilities. In that, huyu daktari mwenye alikuwa most of the time huku kwa serikali atafanya haraka mbio akikimbia kule kwake, you get, huku itabidi ameconcentrate, and that way we are going to make services better. So I think so far, looking at what now the ministry is doing, if it continues with that, I feel like the health sector is going to improve.
Number one, you will not stop private doctors, rather doctors owning private hospitals, because if they have to choose between that private hospital and the government one, if the private one is making more money, imagine they will go there.
Of course they will. That is why I'm saying these reforms, if they are talking of reforming the health sector, you have started by telling doctors don't have your own hospitals. Then now you are supposed to pay them well. You are supposed to equip them well. You are supposed to provide, to ensure that the environment they are working at, it is a conducive environment for them to be able to give the best. So I believe if whatever they are doing right now, they continue with it and they are not going to lessen the effort, then I think we will change the entire narrative.
And that's in an ideal situation, an ideal world, that makes perfect sense. Yani hapo hata ni no brainer, we can't even argue on that one.
Again, look at our politicians. Sisi wa Kenya si ndo tunashinda tukicomplain hapa tukisema waheshimiwa, the reason why they do not care about our hospitals, it's because they go abroad. Once they have a patient,
hata mimi ningekuwa MP,
okay.
Hata mimi ningekuwa MP, unadhani nitaenda hapa local?
Yes.
Na ninaenda UK nikatritiwe. Of course I will go to UK.
So if today, for example, if you are an official in the health sector, and you have been forced, you have been told hakuna kwenda seek medication in another, not unless it is ni ugonjwa ambao unaweza, but if it is ugonjwa ambao unaweza tibiwa hapa, you must go to the public places. Don't you think they are also going to ensure that whatever they are doing, they are giving their best to improve the sector?
This is what I wish they would do before they start putting bills like this ones. Improve that sector. Yeah, make sure doctors are well equipped. Remember, here we sat with clinical officers and they said that sometimes they are forced to serve up to over 100 patients as opposed to the 35 that they have that is recommended.
Yes.
So now, if you force civil servants to go here, and mind you, civil servants ni wengi
sana,
right?
Yes.
These hospitals, number one, are going to be overwhelmed. If you're being honest, if you go to government hospitals today, not government but private hospitals today, the number of civil servants there seeking help, seeking medical care ni wengi sana. Kwa wards wenye wamekuwa admitted ni wengi sana. If we just transfer those people to distribute them amongst the public hospitals, zitakuwa overwhelmed. It is just almost impossible
and then now
to take care of these people.
And that is the reason why now the government will have no otherwise. They will have no option other than to up their game in terms of ensuring that we have enough medical facilities.
Let them up first. Yeah. Wafungie kwanza hiyo lion in the den before they release us into the wilderness. But do not release us into the wilderness alafu mtuambie sasa wacha sasa tutafute lion mali iko, because that's exactly what they're doing right now, in my opinion. And this whole issue of compelling people to seek medical care in government, hiyo nayo, to be honest, mi nakataa nayo. Nitakataa, because let me not lie to you, today you'll be unwell as a civil servant, the bill says go where?
Go to a
public hospital.
Yes.
Fine, you will go because the law has said you go. But your MP, do you think he will go? Na hakuna mali utampeleka, by the way.
I think that is one of they are maybe one of the targets.
So wanatengeneza hizi bills,
they are maybe one of the targets.
They are making these bills for you. They're not making it for them. And let me ask you, do you think today, God forbid, anyone from the first family is unwell, do you think they will go to
kutibiwa pale
Kenyatta? As much as Kenyatta iko na private wing, do you think they will go?
So
leo one of our CSs akwe mgonjwa, unadhani atenda Kenyatta?
Well, personally what I'm interested in,
Bwana,
Mbuvi.
waache kubeba watu malenge.
It is the reform, the reform of the health sector. That is what I'm quite interested in, because every now and then I keep on telling you and pointing out the importance of a healthy nation.
Why is it that we do not have such a bill in Germany? Why is it that we don't have such a bill in Denmark? Why is it that we don't have such a bill?
Are you comparing Germany with your
but
country?
We have to
Kenya?
compare.
No.
Huko ndiko vitu zina function. Kwani utajicompare na
Germany
nani?
is way ahead of you people. You
we are in 2025. Germany hawako 2052 na sisi tuko 2013. Sisi wote tuko 2025.
There is a lot that we really need to do, like the reforms that we are talking about. We really need to up our game in terms of the reforms.
Tricia, stop excusing bad governance. Stop excusing it in the name of that. Yeah, Germany wako hakuna cha Germany wako mbele.
Mung'ala, will you compare yourself with the US?
Yes, I will.
Okay.
Watu hapa Runda wanajenga manyumba fiti hata kuliko zenye zimejengwa US in California.
And that's why there's something that I said.
Kuna manyumba noma sana hapa Runda kuliko zile nyumba ziko Hollywood in California.
Sawa, there's a lot. We have come a long way, like I had said when we were starting. So there is a lot that really needs to be corrected, and that's why I'm saying, and I am for the reforms that are happening in these different government agencies and organs.
They can be done better and faster.
You want the faster?
Wave of unrest hits schools amid exams pressure. That story is on page 8. Wanafunzi mliamwani masomo hamtaki. Safaricom hits 50 million customers. That story is on page 18. Business page. You can check that in the Standard. What's on your papers?
Well, the Star newspaper, this is the biggest story. Of course, it's about Safaricom hitting 50 million users 25 years on. Yeah, so I was just looking at it and like Kenyans tuko milioni ngapi?
50
Kenya. So basically every other Kenyan is using Safaricom services.
Not necessarily. There are some people like myself, I have multiple SIM cards.
No, I'm saying at least every person, they have something from that company.
I might be wrong on this, but I don't think not everyone has a Safaricom
because
line.
They are saying that they have hit 50 million users.
Yeah, 50 million users, like I've said. Users, they are counting the number of SIM cards that are active.
Yes.
And I've told you, for instance, I have 2 SIM cards, Safaricom SIM cards, right? My mother has got 3 Safaricom SIM cards. All right, my father has got 2. I know other people who have even up to 3, depending on up to 5, depending on the purpose of each SIM card. Kwa akona line ya nyumbani, akona line ya mtoto wake. Yeah, umeregister Safaricom line but umepatia mtoto wako, but it is in your name. Safaricom will consider that a customer because it is an active user. So you might find that out of these 50 million customers, maybe legitimate ones are probably in the 20 millions, because people have, I even know you have 2 SIM cards as well. So unapata kuna watu wako na multiple SIM cards from the same company.
But the message,
so 50 million, it's the users, not necessarily every
so
Kenyan.
That's what I said. The message is that you have 50 users, 50 million users.
Yes.
Yeah. So still the story about the Talanta 44 billion Talanta stadium bond lease on NSC. Yesterday tuliona jana, by the way, the president. We also saw the Treasury CS body wakiwa in the Nairobi Securities Exchange yesterday, and tumesikia what it has. We have already started seeing criticism is already happening, and of course we said some of these rumors that we hear, sometimes they turn out in future. Nakuja kupata kumbe this was true. Yeah, this was true. So I think the best way, some of these things, when they are doing them, they need just to be transparent enough, because I think Kenyans kufikia hapo.
Yes.
If you're just clear with them with something, you're just transparent with them. Sometimes tunasema, oh, okay, kani hivyo basi ni sawa. But now the problem is when the processes are opaque. We do not understand what are the agreements, like what is in that agreement. So then later you come to realize, and especially something that has that big financial impact in Kenyans life, nakwambia utapata shida sana baadaye. Well, still on the Star newspaper, broad-based, there's a big split in Raila camp over Ruto 2027 election deal. That story being on page 4 and 5 of the Star newspaper. Tulikuwa tumetaja hiyo jana pale. We saw the SecGen what he said. Yeah, and different other members in that party, we have seen what they have been saying, and it's quite unfortunate. Like I told you yesterday, if they are not careful, mambo yataenda kufanyika katika kile chama quite important that waangalie na mapema. The Daily Nation, a biggest story is Raila puppet or ODM rebel. This is about Sifuna.
Yes.
Raila has defended Sifuna's hawkish stand, and this is what he says. ODM Secretary General Edwin Sifuna has constantly dismissed his party's association with the government, contradicting his boss, Odinga. Now he has declared ODM UDA deal dead, days after Mr. Odinga affirmed it. Is he a rogue official or the mouthpiece of his party leader?
Good question, legitimate question. Yesterday I saw they had a meeting. We have not been told the outcome of that meeting as of yet. I'm sure maybe we will find out what's going on. But we do know that inside, and he has said this, that is now Mr. Sifuna. He has been saying that ODM's major concern is unseating President Ruto in 2027. Yet unseating President Ruto.
ODM.
Yes. Yes, ODM's main agenda is unseating President Ruto in 2027. And this is what he said yesterday.
That is Sifuna.
Yes. So now, I'm trying to understand what's the deal, because his party leader, that is Raila Odinga, is saying one thing, but he on the other side is saying something completely different.
And we are also seeing him defending him.
Yeah.
Yes.
So atujui kama ni design ya ODM through of course Mheshimiwa Raila ku confuse the government.
Let me tell you something. If
confuse the opposition or what's going on.
If you have studied ODM well, hii ni mchezo ufanyika ODM, by the way.
Yes.
That is something I have come to realize. So sometimes utasikia some of the members, they are speaking in different tongues pale. But then unakuja kurealize at the end of the day, so we are like, oh, but Baba has not spoken. Baba has not said that.
Yes.
Hii ni opinion yake, hii ni opinion ya SecGen peke yake, hii ni opinion. Baba has not said. Then later tunakuja kuona kumbe what these guys were doing actually is what was happening.
Yes.
So acha tungoje tuone what really happens, because if a SecGen will come out confidently and say that the main agenda is to unseat.
Yeah. He said this yesterday. Si ati alisema you last week but one jana.
What about this saying that says that you fight better when you are inside?
I'm hearing it for the first time. Aya, nini kingine?
Well, still on the newspaper, there's a story about the SHA's latest crisis hurting patients. We are talking of 18.5 million number of Kenyans who have registered with SHA, according to the official data from the government, of course. And the story says private hospitals are threatening to suspend critical services, including cancer treatment, dialysis, and chronic surgical procedures, following months of delayed reimbursement from the Social Health Authority, that is SHA. Private hospitals. Sasa kama kama mmewapatia that opportunity ama nafasi ya kufanya kazi, and then you are not paying them, where do you expect they're going to get they're going to get equipment, they're going to get medication, drugs and so forth? How are they going to operate without you paying them? So it's quite critical. So that's why I said, if really we mean the reforms that we are really pushing for, that is for the Ministry of Health, because it is one of the ministries sahi tumeona kwamba ime crack down a lot of is doing a lot in terms of reforming the ministry. If they really mean, I think they need to sort these people out. They need to be paid.
Yeah.
So that now these services that we are saying, and as much as the government is pushing people to start using public hospitals, I think private hospitals also play a very key role in ensuring that we have a healthy nation. Private hospitals do a lot, by the way, because if today they said they are not going to do the service, they are not going to offer the services that they've been offering. Like, we are talking of issues of cancer treatment, unajua. We are talking of dialysis. We are talking of chronic surgical procedures. If they are not going to perform them, there's a very big risk in our country in terms of health.
Yeah.
So it's quite important. So if they wanadai serikali, jamani, serikali ilipe. Then there's a story of we talked of this story of Susan Nchoki, the late, a puzzle of woman strangled to death in hospital, died hours after admission to a city hospital. An autopsy reveals she was strangled. I think we did this story yesterday.
Yes, we did.
And of course, did you see this guy who has been accused of allegedly he's alipotea
kutoka hiyo hospitali?
Yes.
Kutoka hiyo Chiromo.
Yeah. And it's like they feel it's being suspected.
Okay.
Yeah, to have been involved. Well, there is a story here also on stop wash politics. Ruto rebukes opposition. Yeah, and he said, he acknowledges public frustrations but defends his administration's bold and ambitious reform agenda. Did you see his speech yesterday?
Yes.
Uliwatch?
Niliwatch.
Akawauliza Ruto must go. Then
he was actually saying, give me time. Give me. Si akiwa kwa Nairobi Securities Exchange. Alisema give me time.
Ruto must go. Then just give me time.
Yeah. Nipateni wakati and judge me when the time is right. Actually, those were his words.
Yeah.
Judge me when the time is
right.
So when is the time right? I asked here Barak Muluka Daktari, and I asked him, perhaps we are judging the president a bit too harshly. And I asked him, hakuna kitu hata kimoja hii serikali imefanya cha maana. Hata kimoja tu. Because of course we are counting all the bad things, and you know the bad things are easy to just count because there are many, we can see them. People in the streets, they are crying. We can see parents are crying, children have died. Tunaona madaktari, nurses, sijui na kina nani wanataka kustrike. Tunaona university lecturers wana complain. It is easy to highlight the bad things, but no one is coming out to say anything positive that has happened. And I'm sure they are there. I'm sure they are there. So I would also like, hii ni kazi kwa serikali, ikuje ijitetee. We had their spokesperson, deputy spokesperson,
yes,
of Gava. Ni kazi kwao wakuje watuambie with receipts, not just mentioning that Nakuru tulifungua kitu fulani, Nyeri pia kuna kitu ilifanyika, Marsabit this, Kitui, wakuje with proper receipts. Aniambie Mbuvi, log on right now to www.governmentdelivers.co.ke. Fungua ile project ya maji ya fulani tuone maji ikitiririka. Tuone watu wakichota maji.
Have you not seen houses?
Houses, that is one. And mind you, houses ni kitu pia ilikuwa imeanza na nani? Na President Uhuru. Si ati ni kitu, the only thing that President Ruto has done significantly in that sector is introduce the 1.5 what? Housing levy. But the housing project, that story has been there since wakati wa President Uhuru.
There's something that I am seeing that really affects our country. Majorly because manifesto because this is a project that maybe as the previous government was starting, ikikuja kama ni mimi nakuja ku implement, it becomes a problem.
All right.
It is a project. I think as a country, if mi ningependelea ile inchi yenye saizi tuseme kwamba if I started a project while I was in government, if I leave and it is a good project to the country, you come in, you take over without being judged, without being told that you have not come up with your own project, because that is what pushing people to go start a project ambayo itakuja na stall later, because you are being pushed. Kenyans are judging you with the new projects that you're supposed to start.
You know what? Let's get into the news. When we return, we shall be looking at some of those things we are talking about. What a previous government should be doing so that it can gain the favors of the masses.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is Radio Generation. Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. 18 youths who were arrested during the Sabasaba protest in Mwea, Kirinyaga County will be released on a cash bail of 40,000 shillings after the Wanguru Law Court reduced the bail from 50,000 shillings. They were arrested in Ngurumbani in Mwea East Sub-County on July 7th and are accused of having taken part in an unlawful assembly with the intent to break into and steal from Nice supermarket. The group appeared before Wanguru Law Court on July 8th, 2025, where detectives were granted 3 days to investigate. On July 11th, they pleaded not guilty and were each remanded on 50,000 shillings cash bail. 8 people have since paid the 50,000 shillings, while 10 remain in Mwea GK prison on remand.
Currently representing the accused in Mwea in regards to the July 7th demonstrations. There are 17 accused who are being charged in Wanguru Court. They were initially given a bail of 50,000 shillings, cash bail of 50,000 shillings. Today we have prayed to the court that it be reviewed. The court has reduced it to 40,000 shillings. But again, that is money that most of my clients, as of today, they are unable to fill up. They can't pay up.
Politicians fanning ethnic tension for political gain have been put on notice as the government vowed to take swift and decisive action on them. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen says security agencies will be very firm on anyone making insightful statements aimed at dividing communities. Speaking on Wednesday at Uasin Gishu County Commissioner's Office ahead of Jukwaa la Usalama Security Forum, Murkomen said the government will not tolerate leaders using inflammatory language to divide Kenyans.
One of the security concerns for us here is a few elements that are inciting members of public and inciting communities against each other. One of the things that I have told the security team is to be very firm with anybody who is making inciting remarks against any community or any person. We know that some of those people are political actors that don't come from Uasin Gishu and they don't come from Rift Valley, but they try their best to create a wedge between communities.
Chief Justice Martha Koome has explained that her earlier remarks about the banning of Kikuyu Law Court and nearby government offices were based only on initial security reports related to June 25th attack. She says her comments were not aimed at casting a wide judgment on protesters or other incidents. In a statement released as public debate continued and amid a July 21st reference by the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, Koome said her comments were informed by the situation at hand during her site visit and not intended to influence any legal proceedings. The CJ visited the court on June 26th, a day after it was torched, and condemned the destruction in a statement posted on the judiciary's X account. Kenya is making significant progress in preparing stadiums ahead of the African Nations Championship in 2025 and the African Cup of Nations in 2027. According to Sports CS Salim Vuria, final inspections for the facilities designated for the CHAN were completed in June this year. Addressing the Senate on Wednesday, the CS gave an update on the country's preparedness, with Kasarani's Moi International Sports Center set to serve as the main venue. CAF has already cleared the 49,000-seater stadium to host matches, and Mvurya rallied support for national side Harambee Stars.
Towards readiness for the Africa Nations Championship and AFCON 2027, final inspections for the facilities designated for CHAN 2024 were completed and now have been cleared. Further, the facilities earmarked for AFCON 2027 are ongoing with completion anticipated between December 25 and June 2026. These include the construction of the 60,000-seater Talanta City Stadium, which is now at about 45% completion. The renovation of Moi International Sports Center Kasarani, which has now been completed.
An Ethiopian official has denied Donald Trump's claim that the United States helped fund Ethiopia's new megadam on River Nile, saying it is false and destructive. Last week, President Trump said the controversial dam was built with United States money largely. Officially known as the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, the project is Africa's biggest hydroelectric plant and a major source of pride for Ethiopians. Over the 14 years it has taken to complete the dam, the Ethiopian authorities have repeatedly said that it was funded by the government along with contributions from Ethiopian people. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio.
I've never seen anything like this.
But now there is Radio Generations, the People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey.
You got it locked.
Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
And that's very true. Radio Generation, home of hard truths and bold insights. This is the People's Breakfast. My name is Mung'ala Mbuvi.
My name is Tricia Wayuwa, and of course, if you want to follow us on our social media platforms, actually, we are live on Twitter. We are live also on Facebook. Please do so at Radio Gen KE, that is on our X platform. You can also follow us on our Facebook platform, that is Radio Generation Kenya. We are live there. Please do follow the conversations that are happening here. Of course, we'll be having several guests that are lined up for our conversations today. So we welcome you to continue with us. But meanwhile, we were looking at the newspapers, and there's this one story we were still discussing about.
Yes, indeed, yes.
Yes, this is the Stop Wash Politics. Ruto rebukes opposition. President Ruto says Ruto must go slogan is empty rhetoric that will not solve the problems in Kenya. President Ruto has challenged the opposition to give constructive criticism and better solutions for the country's problems. He dismissed critics' chants of Ruto must go as empty rhetoric. He likened the rhetoric to wash scams. If you have a better plan than mine for the economy, health, creating jobs and education, then you should be bold enough and tell us, he said.
So like I was saying, Professor Gola said that wacha vitu zijiongelele. Unajua kibaya cha jitembeza, kibaya kizuri cha fanya nini cha jiuza. And I think what I got from what I get from that particular methali ni Raisi pia if afike mali pia ache ku engage opposition sana akienda kwa kufanya shughuli zake za urais.
Yeah, afanye kazi zake.
Sasa imefika mahali fanya kazi. Fanya tu kazi, wachana na watu. You don't have to address the opposition everywhere you go. To be honest, I don't think he has to.
Well, that is also a good advice. Yeah.
He doesn't have to, because people will talk because people are angry. And we already know that they are not going to shut up. Yeah. We already know Gen Zs will not stop making memes.
They will.
So, yeah, they will continue making memes. They will continue drawing you in precarious positions. They will continue painting you in a bad light. And that is a fact. So what do? Instead of addressing them on podiums, ukienda like sasa jana alikuwa Nairobi Securities Exchange, but like ukiwa huko uanze kusema unaona hata jana we fanya kazi. Ongelea track record yako. I believe there's a lot of power in silence. Yes, there's some things and times where you will be expected to respond, but not all the time. And when you respond, let it be a bold, strong response. Hizo time zingine we chapa kazi. Kama unafungua unaenda ku launch maji mali, we launch maji na we ende zako. Well, you know, I think this talk, this speech that he did, and actually it's like he's supporting the dialogue. He's calling upon people to sit down and talk, because he has said, let us have that conversation. Kenyans deserve honesty from all of us. Shouting is not enough. Criticism is not enough. Show me your plan, he said. Yes. Now, show me your plan. You see, now when you start nito nini, ukianza kuambia opposition wa kushow plan yao, problem inaingilia hapa. It's like you're asking them to give you ideas on how to perform. And that is not the work of the opposition. The work of the opposition is literally to critique, and that is why it is called opposition. It is on the opposite side. It is to oppose whatever you are doing. That is their function. So don't fall into the trap. Wanasemanga, nani alituambia pa juzi, usingangane kupigana na nguruwe. Juu nyinyi wote mtakuwa wachafu, nyinyi wote mtakaa nguruwe. Yes. Sasa wewe juu wewe ni msafi, fanya kazi yako. And me, this is the advice I would give any leader, not just President Ruto. Whether you're a corporate leader, a leader in your family, if other people from outside are attacking you, imagine you just work. Mung'ala, let us look at it from this perspective. Like you are saying that the work of the opposition is to critique. Yeah. It's basically, I think we should now stop looking at it as just critiquing. Yeah. Can we have it like just oversight, and being also able to offer that advice? Because let me tell you, what will be your gain as an opposition leader when you are just outside there critiquing, you critique the government, then you do not have maybe advice, like you critique the government, yes, day in day out, masiku zinasonga, then you realize now the country plunges into big problems. What will be your benefit as opposition? For example, I'm assuming you are the opposition, and then now you have said that my work is just to critique the government, yet you have ideas. Why can't you just share those ideas then? I'll answer in this very simple way, because I'm not in the opposition, so I honestly will not speak for them, but I know for a fact, I'll say like Meshach Kiprop said here, I will not hold brief for the opposition. Yes. They will hold it themselves. But here's the reality on the ground. The opposition had their own blueprint on how to run the government. And by blueprint, I mean they had a manifesto. Sure. So had we elected them, they would have taken their manifesto and implemented it. I'm assuming, right? The same way President Ruto had a manifesto, he presented it to Kenyans and Kenyans voted for him. Correct? Yeah. Now, the reason why opposition is complaining and critiquing and opposing is because clearly your manifesto is not working. So when you ask them to give you solutions, they already have a solution in the name of their manifesto. Sawa. Akina Kalonzo walizunguka hii Kenya yote. Manifesto yao. Walizunguka Kenya yote wakaambia watu maneno ya education, si ndio? Yeah. Wakaambia watu maneno ya health, si ndio? Wakaambia watu maneno ya unemployment and job creation. Wakaongea juu ya entrepreneurship na mambo mengi sana ya governance. Sasa wanakuambia ile unafanya yako ni useless. Ile yetu tulikuanga nayo, tupe nafasi tukuje. Wewe ondoka. Si nani hapa alisema juzi president afanya nini? I resign. So walikuwa wanasema wewe resign, tupe nafasi sasa sisi tuitishe wa Kenya nafasi tufanye kazi. You know why I was saying so? It's because we have seen for the past few years, actually majority of the times that I've voted, we have seen the opposition still coming in and joining the government. You get? Yes. So now I wonder, why is it that now the Raila team joined the government? We are calling it a broad-based government, although it is not official, because up to date, it's not that much official. But we can see
the opposition has joined the government. That we heard. So we are not seeing
it's
a
not
change.
the opposition
still.
that has joined government. It is Raila and ODM that have joined government. Yes,
They were-
there's
well-
a large chunk of the opposition that isn't in government.
In our country,
Akina Mata, Akina
it's
Kalonzo.
okay.
Yes.
In our country, most of the time we have seen opposition as the second best candidate.
Yep.
Anytime there is election, there is number one, there is number two. So most of the time in our country, we have always known number two to be the opposition of the country.
Ndio.
So number two in this case was
Raila.
His Honorable Raila Amolo. So now himself joining the government, you get, because of course he had manifestos ambayo tuna believe kwamba it was different from what the president had. Now he has joined the government. We were expecting that things are going to change. Why is it that things have not changed?
You were expecting, me I wasn't expecting. Yeah, because I have seen it in the past and I know how it ends.
Well, I was expecting from the perspective that this is a different candidate, and of course because walikuwa wanamenyana wameingia pana, kila mtu believed that I have a better manifesto. So we were believing that these people, when they come together, they are going to give the best to Kenyans.
Majority of countries out there, they don't have opposition for joining government. They don't. The opposition remains in opposition.
They remain in that space for checks
and balances.
Yes.
A very good example is in America. Everyone knows America. Majority of the world knows America. So America, when they do elections, like right now, Trump has won. He's a Republican, so the Republican Party is in power. The Democratic members of Parliament and Congress and Senate, whatever, they are in opposition, keeping the government in check. The same way in the previous election, Mr. Biden won, and the opposition kept
Keeping
government in check.
Yes.
There's no one point we saw at now Trump has been appointed or has donated people to be appointed in government. No, the Republican government is 100% Republican. The Democrat government is 100% Democrat. Na ni hivyo, nyinyi mngoje miaka 4 mwitishe nafasi tena. Americans wakiwataka watapatia kura. So let's go to the UK. Same thing. The government that has been appointed, or rather has been elected by the people in parliament, they're the guys who run the show. The opposition remains in opposition, and then they form shadow cabinet positions to check these other cabinets. Yeah. So like in health, there's a shadow minister for health. And by a shadow minister is basically someone in opposition.
The opposition, yes.
Who's keeping the cabinet secretary for health in check. So whatever policies the health ministry comes up with, it is the work of the opposition kuangalia, is it making sense? Kama it makes sense, they call it out. Yeah. So that is how democracies run. Hapa Kenya, unfortunately, for the last 2 decades or so,
Since you started voting,
could actually be 3 decades.
Since you started voting,
it has not been that way, and that is wrong. Yeah. And I liked something President Ruto said the day he was elected. Na alisema hapa hakutakuwa na story ya nusu mkate. Yeah. Up to that point, I agree with him.
nusu mkate hakuna.
How now we have nusu mkate for me is beyond me.
Wewe kaa kando huko, angalia, critique whatever I am doing. But then now the critic has become too much.
Yeah. So to conclude this story, this is what I am saying, and I'm suggesting. If you lose honorably. Yeah. If you win honorably. But we will never get it right if we never get things from the electioneering process right. If we will always have questions arising from elections
every now and then,
we will never have vitu hazitakuwa sawa.
That's why Mung'ala was saying that we have really come from far.
Yeah.
Yani tumetembea kwa hii matope for the longest time mpaka tumekuja tukaingia kwa shimo yani tukiangalia tu tukiona. So now us getting ourselves out of this hole that we got ourselves in through the practices of like serikali imechaguliwa, kunakuwa na stories za nusu mkate. Now you stop checking the government, you get, because you're inside there. Of course, there are some things you cannot be so tough on the president. There are some things you cannot be so tough on the government because you are there, you are inside there. So during that time, a lot has happened. a lot has really happened, and that is why we are where we are right now also.
Mimi sita blame Kenyans. And I'm saying that because umesema tumejiingiza kwa matope. Sisi tulijiingiza kwa matope. Tuliingizwa kwa matope by people we trusted. Yeah? And by people I mean politicians.
Muliingizwa mara ya kwanza.
Ndio walituingiza.
Mara ya pili you saw tena mnataka kwenda kuingizwa, but you still blindly you did follow.
Sasa
yes.
Again, Kenyans are the victims here, and it is unfair to blame victims. Sawa. It is unfair to blame victims because we trusted. Today, Patricia, you come and ask for votes, and Kenyans give you those votes. Yes. Then once you, and I asked here Nerima Wako yesterday, what if we trust these Gen Zs, for instance, and we vote for them in positions from the MCAs, MPs, senators, governors, woman rep, whatever, and then at the end of the day, once they have that taste of power, they forget us.
They disappoint
because
you.
Unfortunately, that is what happens. And I pointed out a couple of individuals in parliament. Walingia pale, they were a darling of the people. Trusted them. We gave them all our eggs and we put them in their basket and we told them, look, take care of our eggs. But now they are cracking one egg after another and there's nothing we can do about it. Until all eggs have been cracked, Nerima mwenye alisema, we don't even have eggs. And I agree with her. So, we were duped by our own leaders, and it is we now know better. That is why people are in the streets dying. Yeah, people know better, and we hope that we shall not see any more deaths. However, it is now upon us, now that tumefunguliwa macho, to agree that it will never happen again. So, but as of today, 24th, is it 24th? Yeah, 24th of July, 2025. We are victims, my friend.
Yeah, we are victims, but at the same time, ni sisi wenyewe pia tumesababisha. Let me tell you, that is a fact that we cannot, because we have always been talking about the kind of leaders that we elect, we put in these seats. So where I'm saying that, okay, yes, we are victims, but also we are the how do you call them? We are the people also who brought ourselves in here, because look at, we have always said that Kenyans have not been voting hatujakuwa tukipiga kura kulingana na tunaona huu ni kiongozi ambaye anafaa. Most of the time we have said we do it, we using emotions. Most of the time we have seen sisi tunakuja tunadanganywa na shilingi 500. Then unaenda pale unapigia mtu ambaye kabisa unajua this is not the leader that I would like to lead me, but kwa sababu mpewa do umeenda umeingia. That is why I'm saying we are here, somehow we have participated, we are victims, yes, but we participated in making ourselves victims of this.
Umeisikia kitu inaitangwa historical injustices. We are not here because we chose to be here. Yes, and I'm not exonerating blame 100%. To some extent, yes. Maybe 5% somewhere we are to blame. So, but that is not enough to say that we are to blame. The reason I've said historical injustices, historical injustices are very many. There are those injustices that were meted on, community against another community, government against its people, and so on and so forth. For a very long time, there are leaders, and it's because we didn't know better. And when I say we didn't know better, I mean even the people that came before us, they didn't know better. We are only 62 years old as far as democracy is concerned in our country.
Sure.
Before that, we were colonized, and way before colonialism, we had what? We were in our own cocoons in terms of tribes, clans, and our ethnicities, right? We didn't know better apart from raiding fellow communities for resources. If what we were taught in GHCs is true, and in history is true, the fact that tribe A could go and fight tribe B and steal their food, cattle, cattle rustling, yes, take their women, bring them back to our village and make them our wives. We had a way of doing things that wasn't necessarily aligning globally with the rest of the world. Okay, so when democracy was brought, unfortunately, our forefathers that received that democracy were still reconciling with their own with their own past and their own history. So eventually what happened, and that is why even kids nowadays wanasema watenda ushago wafiche ID za wazazi wao ndio wasipige kura. That is very symbolic. I hope no one's ID will be hidden because everyone has got a right to vote. I believe you can educate your parents on the way forward because we are more educated than them.
We still have time. Educate your parents, educate those people you feel like
so
they
don't
do not
don't hide anyone's ID.
Yes.
But if we are to use that particular thesis, that the fact that bado our parents and our grandparents still believe that leader that comes and gives them 200 shillings, anawaletea unga, analetea mama leso, leso imechora uso wake ama picha yake, na anaona kwa kweli mheshimiwa Patricia amenipatia leso, huyu mheshimiwa ananitosha. Yet hauna stima kwako, huna maji. We need to unlearn, relearn and then learn. Yes. Because everything we learned and everything our parents and our grandparents learned before, that is a wrong thing. They are duped into also the tribal politics, mtu wetu syndrome, whereby a community will say our community has never been in national leadership. Sisi kazi yetu tunakuanga tuko kwa tunapatianga directors in companies, but we have never had a CS, for example, from our community. We've never had a deputy president in our community. We've never had a president in our community. And that mtu wetu syndrome is one of the biggest problems you have in this country. Tribalism. So if we go back, and the reason I'm saying that we cannot blame the victim here being the citizens. It is because for a very long time they did not know better.
And that's why, because still in the same country, we are using the rule of law, and we know very well the rule of law will tell you that ignorance has no defense.
But so nonetheless,
that's why I'm saying
nonetheless,
that's why equal intentional, equal ignorantly, equal innocently, we have participated in being where we are right now.
Can I tell you something?
Yes.
You remember tulikuja tukaambiwa nini stories of dynasty? And there was a very big wave about anti-dynasties. You remember that time?
Yes.
Right now, who are in power in this country? Are they not the same dynasties that Kenyans were told to reject?
And what did they do? They were told to reject them. And then what did they do?
I'm going back to the maneno ya historical injustices. It is because Kenyans at that particular point did not know better.
Okay.
Now, they know better. In 2027, if things go wrong, if people elect the wrong leaders, now we can start blaming them. Yes. From there now, we are no longer victims. We are actually part of our problem. But me, and this is just my own personal opinion, as Paul Mung'ala Mbuvi, we have even a generation that doesn't vote. Do you know that? Not a generation, but a class that doesn't vote.
Yeah, of course we have people who do not vote, yes.
Middle class hata saa zingine hata hawashughulikangi na
nalala hiyo jana sijui alilala wapi.
Kwa sababu yeye biashara yake iko sawa. Regardless of who is in power. Yes. But now, even middle class are complaining.
They are complaining.
Who's been laid out from their positions, from their jobs?
Of course, the middle class.
Whose businesses are now being shut down?
Middle classes.
Yeah. Yule hustler, the original hustler, mwenye amekwanga kihustle maisha yake yote, huyo jamaa haoni difference kwa maisha yake. It's just that things have become more expensive. But that person is still suffering the same way he was suffering 5 years ago. Yes.
Yeah, for sure, a majority of us, they can feel. A majority of us can feel.
The elite.
Yes.
Wale watu wa upper class. Hao bado maisha yako fiti. They are still the ones importing things. They are still the ones exporting things. They are still the ones driving Porsche vehicles. They are still the ones buying, expensive tracts of land and so on and so forth. The hustler, on the other hand, is now hustling harder than he was hustling 5 years ago. Now the guys for middle class, unfortunately, have joined the hustle. They have joined the hustler.
Sisi wote tuko hapo.
Mimi ninajua watu wamehave kurudi ushago. Mimi ninajua watu wamehave kuuza magari zao. Na naongea juu watu walikuanga middle class. Wamehave kuuza magari zao because stuff isn't working for them anymore. Now that class has woken up, and that is the difference between the elections we have had before 2022 kurudi nyuma and the election that is going to be in 2027. Ndio maana nimesema up until today 24th of July 2024
yes,
sisi bado ni victims.
We are victims,
yes.
And at the same time, you cannot convince me otherwise, because even in 2022 when we were going for the elections, we had this issue of we have been electing leaders ambao wanaingia kwa viti, tuliongea mpaka maneno ya dynasty, tumeongea so many things have been said, and sometimes we are just ignorant about what we are doing. So I'm just hoping that still being victims and also the same people wenye tumejiweka pale, I'm just hoping that we have learned our lesson, and this time round we are going to look at our leaders not out of the manifestos on yanatupatia. Manake manifesto is just something that is written. You keep on saying that nowadays you can just go on AI, they just make you manifesto, good manifestos. Yeah, depending on what emotions you want to evoke on people.
Yes.
Yeah, they will just make you good manifestos. You take it to the people. So now we are not going to be lied by manifestos. I think this should be now the word, because mtu asikuje tu hiyo siku amekuletea manifesto. This person, when you look at their background, you can tell huyu najua huyu kuna mali ataenda kutuingiza, you get. Najua huyu doesn't care about people. Najua huyu anaweza kwenda to this extent.
I'd like to acknowledge one of our viewers here, anaitwa Guy_007. Amesema lose honorably, well said. And also he has said from matope to mashimo, correct. Then hapo kwa shimo, the leaders are now digging deeper. Cry my beloved country. This is Guy_007 on YouTube.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, what we are saying is, from now on, have you learned, especially if you've been laid off from your work, if you have lost your business, for instance, you've had to close your small startup or a business that you've been doing for the last decade, and now you have to shut it down, and people have to lose their jobs because of what you've done. In 2027, make the right choice.
Yeah.
And by the way, when we say make the right choice, we not only mean make the right choice at the presidency level. Make the right choice even all the way to the MCA.
Actually,
because we have seen what people in the executive are doing. Yes, all the way from the president to the CSs. We have seen what is happening in the judiciary. We have seen what is happening.
Yeah.
In the legislature. Kwanza my MPs au tukamita hapa personally tunaweza kukosana vizuri. We have seen what is happening as far as the legislature is concerned. In Senate, we are seeing what is happening. Yeah, so it is up to you. I think we need to focus everywhere.
This is just
tusiangalie tu all this hatred and what is it called, the anger actually
on one position,
on one individual. The presidency. Hata president mwenyewe amesema nipatieni nafasi na muni judge at the appropriate time. I, as Paul Mung'ala Mbuvi, am for the opinion, let us judge the president at the appropriate time. Right now we're just it's an example we're marking. And let's also look at the other leaders who are asking to be in that position called the presidency. Yes, mtu asitudanganye, mtu asituenjoy. So that means tunaangalia hata wale wamekuanga legacy leaders. We are talking about akina Martha Karua. We are talking about Eugene Wamalwa, Kalonzo Musyoka. Jeremiah Kioni alikuanga hapa. Sijui kama atakuwa anaitisha kiti chake cha Ndaragwa tena. Tuko na akina Karen Nyamu pale. I'm sure watakuja kuitisha kiti mahali. Let us judge right now. Let us mark. But judgment day is election day. Because I'm for the idea that maybe, I don't know, maybe something will change in the middle. Maybe something might change. And maybe mnazushia President Ruto, na maybe Ruto hata hii kiti 2027 haitaki. Unakumbuka tuliambiwa President what is his name, Uhuru hakutaka hiki kiti 2017. He was just pushed into it. hata President Ruto mwenyewe
anaweza fika hapo kwamba
aliadmit akasema you guys you don't know this, but President Ruto actually did not Ruto but President Uhuru didn't want it.
Yes.
Yeah. So maybe President Ruto will have a change of heart in 2027. Right now maybe he's just trying to say, you know what, okay, things are bad, let me just fix 2027 mimi niwaachie hii country muinchi mfanye kinayo kile mtataka. Muende nayo huko, mkitaka hata muiuze China muuze, mimi siko. Yes.
So I think apart from even the elections, apart from now the leaders, we also have that responsibility as Kenyans. We have so many civil servants, and I'm telling you, if there is any scandal that has to happen, it starts with a civil servant hapo chini, ama it starts just with a just a normal citizen hapo chini,
right?
Because if, for example, if you're talking the issue of corruption, sawa corruption kama ni polisi, like just referring to the report that Transparency did release the other day,
right?
So if it is the police anataka hongo, anakuja kwa nani? Wewe Mung'ala Mbuvi,
ndio
ambayo unaendesha gari, umesahau license yako nyumbani, na kwa sababu umesahau license at home, you want to tell the police akuachilie kwa kumpatia nini? Kakitu kidogo. He does not deserve that. You just forgot your license.
Yes.
You get. So I think we should now start, like, if we really want this change, katika hizi maofisi za maserikali tumeona, ofisi za serikali mara nyingi sana tumeona, umeenda mahali, you are following, umetumia hata procedure the way it's supposed to be, like kwa mfano umeendea let me use a passport.
Yes.
Wewe umefanya procedure vile inafaa kabisa. You are being required maybe to produce a specific document. Just go back, take that document, nenda uweke pale, ufuatilie. So now it is now the government to hakikisha kwamba they have hastened the procedures, the processes in making some of these documents, so that people are not prompted to giving bribes. Because kwa mfano unatakiwa uende mahali, you need that license, you need that passport as soon as possible. So nae process ulikuwa umeambiwa process ina taking 3 months, and you want it within 2 months. That is where now people get tempted, like, oh, I want this thing as soon as possible. So I think this issue of bringing reform in our country, sisi kutoka katika ile shimo, it is a collective responsibility with our leaders, with the citizens, and of course the biggest burden lies with the government. So that is why we said, when we are electing leaders, look not only on the presidency level, because why do you have your MP who, once he goes in parliament, akionyeshwa bahasha, he doesn't care about you anymore. Yeah, like ameenda kwa bunge, kuna mswada pale wataka kupitishwa, kuna mtu anataka huu mswada upite, and to be sincere, ama to be honest, that mswada haisaidii mwananchi, but then kwa sababu kuna mtu anataka kupitisha for their own advantage, wewe uko hapo, umepewa, umekubali, huyo ni mheshimiwa wako, umemchagua huyo na amepewa. So starting from hata hapo kwa MCA wako anajua barabara yako ni mbaya, barabara ya kwenda kwenu ni mbaya, lakini akienda kwa bunge, he's only vocal on things that concern him, things that is gonna, things that will benefit him. Lakini issue ya barabara ambao anajua inapita inaenda sijui wapi, he doesn't care. He's always quiet kwa bunge. He only talks when it is something that concerns him. You see, so those are some of the things that kutoka mwanzo tunatakiwa tuanze, kama hatutaki tena tuendelee katika yale matope, lazima tuanze from the start.
Na unajua hapo kwa, especially when you've spoken about bribes and you know that bribery issue, it's a dynamic,
it's deep rooted actually.
It's dynamic in this way. Why would anyone offer a bribe? Number one, do you know cops take anything from 50 shillings?
Even 30 bob, they will take.
Okay? Why? Because makarao wako na njaa. Makarao wangekuwa wanalipwa vizuri, hawangekuwa wanachukua bribe. Sawa? Tuanzie hapo. Number 2, mimi naongea juu ya mbona bribe inapeanwa. Number 2, mbona huyu citizen anapeana bribe? Kwa sababu huyu citizen
hata yeye mwenyewe
haezi afford kwenda kotini. Na number 2, number 3 ama sijui number 4, the same citizen, hiyo crime umemshikia inaweza kuwa worn out tires, maybe hana insurance kwa gari yake, license yake ime-expire. So kuna sababu nyingi unaweza kuwa umekamata huyu mtu. Maybe taa zake hazifanyi kazi za gari, and that's why you've arrested this guy. Right? He's overspeeding. There are very many reasons. Now, if we go to the root cause of why this person has been arrested, you will find it has got something to do with poverty also. Right now, insurance is expensive. People cannot afford insurance for their vehicles. Ndio utapata by the watu wengi, especially hizi gari kubwa, hata ma Range Rover, V8, Land Cruisers, whatever, those guys actually do not insure their vehicles. Sometimes they buy third party insurance. Third party is very cheap. Could be roughly 1,000, 1,500.
And actually that is what majorly is necessary, especially for the
Now,
other citizens. Yes.
Kuna mtu hata hiyo 1,000 haezi afford ya gari. Huyo mtu literally ameka hiyo gari 500 tu imfikishe from point A to B. Hata hajui from point B to A atarudi aje. So kama amekuja kazini, that person has just got enough fuel to get them to work. Yes? And I'm sure you're asking, naziange chukua matatu. Sasa wewe unakujanga hapa asubuhi 4 am. Utapanda matatu gani?
Hiyo chukua Uber.
Uko na pesa ya Uber?
Because
so what I'm trying to highlight anyway is we laugh about it because it is laughable.
Sure.
However, if we actually go down to the ground, kuna watu mimi naweza kukuambia jana usiku wamelala bila kukula chakula.
Yeah, it is happening.
Yes, but that person will wake up in the morning, gather whatever he has, 10 bob, 20 bob, atembe a certain distance, just enough apate matatu ya 20 bob ama 30 bob. So
actually that is happening. Yes,
these people bribe cops because they would rather bribe than either buy that insurance. They would rather bribe than go to court. So also look at the economic situation of citizens so that you can tell them not to bribe cops. Also look at the economic situation of cops so that they do not need to. Ndio karawa ukimpatia bribe ya 500 anaiangalia kama insult. Yani mimi my salary basic peke yake
unanipatia 500
basic salary without even allowances and other perks, I am paid 200k. We able to tell me today if you start paying cops 200,000 monthly, and this is just a basic cop, do you think they will collect bribes in the streets? They won't.
Well, they will not, but
because
like you're saying,
I will not waste time with collecting 50 shillings.
Sasa, you will
and
not.
500
That
bob.
is why I'm saying this is a two-way thing. You have talked of the economic pressure on the citizens. Ni sawa kwa mwananchi. And there's also economic pressure on the police. So police yake lipo vizuri. Na wewe mwananchi, pengine things have not changed for you. Don't you see you will be the one who will be pushing that police to be corrupt? You are the one who will be pushing the police to be corrupt, you get.
Yep.
So I think it's a matter of balancing. There's a lot that needs to be balanced in our country. Now, like we are saying,
yes,
if this big animal corruption can be able to be locked down, kidogo tu, I think we will change so many things. We are going to change a lot of things because when you look at, imagine, come on, the other day, did they say 2 point something, we lose how much?
2 billion daily.
2 billion. Can you imagine 2 billion if like it did not just go to a few individuals' pockets? Iko in public, like inatumika na kila mtu. And again, you know, these people, when you're gonna pesa mob, iyo pesa hata they don't put it in circulation. They hide that money. You see, so the money is not in circulation. So the central bank will think like, okay, we have enough notes in circulation kulingana na what we have released so far. But then again, you realize hizi pesa kuna watu wameficha. Wengine wanangojea siasa, wakati wa siasa wapeane. So pesa zimefichwa.
Hata wangojeti wakati wa siasa. Wamezificha because hawezi ziweka kwa benki.
Yeah, because of course you will not take it to...
because the moment, today Patricia, if you suddenly deposit 1 million shillings in a bank account, do you know DCI will come for you?
Well, they may... Okay, when you want to...
They will come and ask
you... Of course, you have to explain why.
Forget withdrawal. Enda size you deposit 1 million. Enda. nitakupatia 1 million endo deposit.
I have done before.
Endo deposit uone kama maswali itaulizwa.
Well, yeah, you of course if you are able to justify where
has the money come from.
So that is the question.
So umetoa wapi 1 million?
Hii 1 million unafanya biashara gani?
Haya, ukwambie mimi nauza nguo kwa mfano. Unauza nguo, haya sawa. Kampuni yako yenye inauza nguo inaitwa nini? KRA unalipanga tax ya pesa ngapi? Because they will look at your KRA and they will look at your whatever, your bank accounts and your tax returns rather. And they see that, okay, so this lady has deposited 1 million today. She tells us that she has a company. Is that company even registered? Tuanzie hapo. Where is it registered? Do you have a trading license? I am telling you the stress that you will go through. That is why these guys, once they steal your money, they will not take it to the bank because they cannot answer.
There are a lot of questions, and again,
they cannot answer those questions.
Yeah, a lot. So if we are able to curb that corruption aspect, I know these 2 billion shillings kila siku jamani, they can transform this country.
Na bado.
We can really transform this country. So
again, I will go back to us being the victims, because look at our oppressors. Those guys are making mad cash. And they are the ones who are putting that mad cash in their homes. Akitaka kwenda kununua nyumba, anatoka na begi la pesa.
You pay in cash.
Anaenda anaambia mwenye nyumba, fanya hivi, mimi hata usitaki maswali mingi. Nyumba ni how much? 10 million, shika. Patie funguo zangu. Patie title deed yangu. Nenda zako.
Yeah, so basically tumetoka far kufika hapa. Tumetoka far, and we really need to correct a lot of things. So basically hii story ilikuwa inatoka huko kwa stop wash politics rebukes, the president rebuking the opposition and telling them wampatie options. Niambieni, give me solutions.
So NGOs have asked the regulator to speed up implementation of PBO Act. The push to operationalize the long-stalled Public Benefits Organizations Act gathered momentum as the PBO Regulatory Authority, that is PBORA, concluded a public participation session. The forum held in Nairobi brought together heads of over 100 international NGOs, regional offices, and legal consultants. Yeah. So I've always had a question about NGOs. And this is something, kuna mtu aliniuliza Mbuvi, why do you think NGOs have been here forever? Since you were born, there are NGOs that have been here. Na kazi yao haijakamilika. Kwa nini? Wamekuja kusaidia watu wako na HIV, tick. Wamama wazai vizuri, tick.
Well, let us get it clearly. What NGOs are you talking about? Za nje zimekuja hapa, because we are also seeing
majority ni za nje.
People registering NGOs from within the country, of course. And
where do you think the funding comes from?
They get it from Maju.
Exactly.
Most of the and others zingine pia zinakuwa ni local, by the way.
Nikwambie. Kuna jamaa alisema that if you want your NGO to have money, just have a foreigner inside. Have a what?
A foreigner inside.
On the inside. Because mali pesa zinatoka, acha niite wazungu. Wazungu hawatrust kutupatia sisi wa Afrika pesa. They trust where one of their own is. Even if it's not from their country.
Yeah.
You could be having a mzungu in your organization from the Netherlands, but Americans will give you money. I have one from the UK. People from Germany will give you money. So, long story short, there was an expose done here by, I think it was someone from the BBC. Was it from the BBC? Anyway, I was watching it on YouTube. And they were exposing some of this, they call them what? We like calling them NGOs, but they non-profit organizations that come here and they promote a lot of foreign values within our country. Yeah? Values such as LGBTQ and many others I'm forgetting right now. And they said that the amount of money flowing from abroad into African countries to promote Western values is immense. And these NGOs, by the way, to be honest, they're not doing much. They're helping maybe one or two individuals here and there. But the amount of money they are getting from outside. If you go and look at the board members of these NGOs and the directors, those guys are living large. They are living in Karen, they are living in Runda, Kitusuru, and so on. Sio Kimau, wamejenga huko manyumba huko zinakaa kifahari. Sasa NGOs may have a problem with them because I think they should have a time limit. Say we are coming to Kenya to eradicate malaria and our timeline is in 10 years. If in 10 years you've not eradicated malaria, please go and don't come back.
Leave, eh?
Yeah. I used to work with a lady from the US back in the day, some few years ago. And she's actually a Kenyan, but she had lived and worked in the US. So she came to Kenya. And we were in Kisumu at the time. And this lady looked at the situation in Kisumu and she told me, Mbuvi, do you know all this is money? I was asking, what do you mean? Tulikuwa tunaangalia watoto in the streets, watoto wanakaa wachafu, wengine hata wajavaa nguo, wamama wako kwa streets wana beg and so on and so forth. So this lady, she told me there's a lot of money to be made here. How? She said, just take these pictures, send it back to the US, because yeye alikuwa ametoka US. Send it back to the US. Unao ni mjaluo ananiambia hivyo.
Yeah.
Send it back to the US and just tell donors, you need to feed these children, you need to clothe them, they are orphans, they don't even have parents, you know, just give them a very bad story about these kids. Na akaniambia, Mbuvi, you will sleep a millionaire tonight. People in the West are willing to give money. You just tell them of a problem. And you know how much they give? If you go to a community like, say, Dagoretti area, uko tu umetoka Dagoretti area, unaenda tu naambia watu wa Dagoretti, you know, I want to go back to Africa, you know, to help, you know, starving kids in Kenya. Watakupatia pesa. Yeah? You come here, build like a very simple structure, then buy your Mercedes, buy your Range Rover, start living in Runda. But make sure you have audited reports that you will be sending to America every now and then.
Yeah.
But you will live large.
Well, I personally, I have, I think I've interacted with so many NGOs and these associations, and I've been in a process also of registering some. And what I'm saying is, no. What I'm saying is, what I'm saying is,
Yes.
of course, there is a regulatory body in our country that regulates the registration and the operations of NGOs in the country. So it is not necessarily that these NGOs at Nizainje, it's only that you register an NGO here in our country, and then now you start looking for donors to support a specific project that you are doing. So let's say now there are these people who are starting NGOs. Of course, they start with, there's a key objective, and then there are other objectives wanaongeza pale. So let's say human rights, like women in the society, like you get. So ndio unapata pale in the process kuna watu wengine wanakuja wana introduce other things that were not in the objectives of that NGO. So unajua wengine wanaangalia, alafu watu wanaangalia wanaona this is the area. Nakwambia kwamba mambo na LGBTQ, wengine watakwambia mambo na gender based violence. Actually kuna wala wataangalia mambo na children. So when you go, you seeking for funds, you seeking for donors, ukienda pale of course you will apply. So ukipata unapata ni sawa. Kuna zingine wanapata tu msaada tu ya watu specific, but majorly sana there is a regulation that is supposed to regulate. There is the other day that so many of NGOs were deregistered because of the activities that they were doing. The activities, they do not align with the objectives that they set when they were registering that. And again, some other activities, of course, they are against zinakiuka haki za kibinadamu. Also they are also promoting cultures zenye pia kama katika nchi yetu we do not appreciate, you get. So a lot really happens in this NGO. So it depends with unaanza na nia gani. Like umetaja stories za watoi, the young children ambao wako katika from
streets.
Streets. Kuna watu wanaanzisha by the way hizo za streets, sema kwamba mine is to look at the street kids,
Yes.
na wapatia shelter, tunawapeleka back to school, but then this somebody anaenda anapata. So wengine in the process unapata wanaingia katika masuala ya human trafficking.
Yeah, very true.
Wengine unapata wanaingia katika masuala ya Yeah, specifically sana hizo human traffic, maswala ya sex among children,
Right.
like wanauza such things, which is quite bad in our country. So
You remember actually, there's a story you read for us, was it last week or the week before, of these parents that have engaged their children in pornography,
Yes.
and selling it abroad.
yeah, so such things. And kuna kitu ambacho for the longest time kimekuanga, and especially people have used Kibra sana easy to look for grants, to look for donors,
Na madhare pia.
Wametumia hizi settlement areas where life is not quite good. So wanatuma mapicha kunasema, look at how people are suffering here.
Yeah.
Look at how people are suffering. So the project we are starting, it is aimed at improving the livelihood of these people, living standards za hawa watu. Then of course they get grants, they get donors, and wakikuja huku anatumia kidogo, the rest anaanza projects zake to enrich themselves.
Salam zimfikie one of our very ardent listeners, This is a super fan. Eunice Kyoko anasema, agreed, bribes are killing us, Aki. Something that we need to change going forward. But let's hope that the future is looking bright, Nurses Union backs suspension of council boss over illegal internship postings. Hii ni story inapatikana pale Standard page 3. All individuals found culpable, whether at the Ministry of Health and the National Council, that is NCK, or within the leadership of the implicated universities, will be held fully accountable. Haya, sawa. Woman taken to hospital by force was strangled. Tulisema hiyo jana. Matatu impunity rages unabated as police and NTSA dread the owners. I don't know why they're beating around the bush. Hizi matatu zote zimewekwa hapa ni za George Ruto. Anyway, but pia kuna matatu zingine owned by police officers, owned by members of parliament. I don't know if there's any CS owning a matatu, but those matatus, impunity, mziki, the colors, a lot left to be desired. A third force forming away from Ruto and Gachagua for 2027 duel. Youthful elected leaders across the political divide present alternative voice, and they claim the time has come to liberate Kenya from ethnic politics. Yesterday, you remember what Nerima Wako said? Nerima amesema 2027 kutakuwa kumoto, fire. Ama venye watu wa Espanyol wanapenda kusema fuego.
Tunangojea sana.
President pleads for chance to transform Kenya. Mr. President, stop pleading.
Just work.
We sahau watu sasa. Mi kama ningekonga President Ruto by the way, hamungeniona tena in any public rally whatsoever anywhere for at least until mwaka munimiss. My friend.
Hiyo ndio advice yako kwa rais, wabia tu weka ndani.
Aki mtanimiss, na nitaambia pia ma CSS nisione mtu akiongea mahali popote.
But you know something.
If you want to speak, I if I were President Ruto today, I would direct every ministry, anything you feel needs to be said through the government spokesman. Wacha sasa tuone akina Isaac Mwaura akifanya kazi. Isaac Mwaura, Gabriel Mutuma
kina
wa status anaitwa nani? Hussein Mohamed. Yani hao watu for the next 6 months wataongea mpaka mate ishe. They are the ones who are going to be reporting on government projects. Hata launching, amutaniona nikilaunch kitu mahali.
Well, do you know what that means? Do you know what that really
Tell
means?
Me what it means.
Because anytime you see the president talking, of course, he still remains relevant in terms of politics.
No.
You know why I'm saying so? You must balance these two things.
You see, the problem is every time the president says something, it is being criticized. And right now, to be honest, hata president akisema kitu positive, watu hawasikii. Sijui kama unaelewa.
I get you.
I
get you. Hivyo
umeikosana na mpenzi wako mpaka hakuna kitu unamwambianga anaona ni ya maana kwako. Yaani kila kitu unasema ni takataka.
What is she saying? Unasema vitu
hata ukimwambia babe tukakule nyama choma, anashangaa nyama choma ya nini? Unataka kuniua na cholesterol. Ukimwambia babe leo tukule kuku si hata ununue taki. Babe leo tuende swimming. Ni baridi yote, nataka nikufe na pneumonia.
Eish.
Right now, that's Kenyans and President Ruto. Yes. If I were the president, mimi nita disappear, mutani miss. And I just disappear and I tell CSs, nyamazeni, work. The only thing I want to hear from you is yes sir, no sir, period. Then I tell Isaac Mora, Gabriel, Hussein, kuna kwanga na deputy wa State House, spokesperson, sijui. Kama kunaye apewe.
Kuna Chizuga hapo.
Mwanaisha Chizuga.
Yes.
Hao sasa ndio watakuwa wanaongea kwa niaba ya serikali. Because when Hussein speaks or when Chizuga speaks or Gabriel or Isaac, they are not seeing Ruto. They are just seeing government. They are not seeing Kipchumba. They are seeing government. They are not seeing anyone else. They are seeing. Then sasa niache parliamentarians huko wamenyane. Kina Sifuna huko wapigane wakitaka kuchinjana wachinjane.
It could be a good approach, Mung'ala, by the way.
Yeah. So let's get into the news. But when we return, of course, we shall be I hope our guest is here. And then, of course, the conversation continues as far as governance is concerned.
Radio generation, the sound is fine pumping. Turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Juja Member of Parliament George Koimburi was on Wednesday charged with orchestrating his abduction. The prosecution informed the court that the lawmaker had staged the abduction to avoid arrest and arraignment at Kiambu Law Courts, where he was scheduled to face 4 counts related to land fraud. The court heard that Koimburi conspired to defeat justice in Mugudha area, Juja Sub-County, Kiambu County, on 25th of May 2025. Additionally, the MP faces a separate charge of publishing false information. Koimburi pleaded not guilty and was released on a cash bail of 300,000 Kenya shillings. The case is scheduled for mention on 5th of August 2025 for further directions.
I'll adopt similar or proportionate bond terms and bail terms as that of the other accused persons. So the first accused person may be released on a cash bail of 300,000 and then conditional upon him presenting or availing 3 contact persons. So he'll, on top of the 300,000, avail 3 contact persons. Already we have a date for mention on the 5th of August.
Health CS Eden Dwale has reiterated the government's agenda towards digitizing healthcare and empowering Kenyans with ownership of their health data. The CS was presiding over the Nakuru County's digital health system, also delivered 1,140 devices to support the health information exchange. He urged healthcare workers to uphold integrity and transparency and reaffirmed commitment to quality regulated care for all. Dwale also said the enforcement of the bed capacity rule remains key to aligning SHA reimbursements with actual facility data.
And this is very clear. We have introduced in the last 3 weeks something called bed capacity access code. No Kenyan, no health facility, be it public, private, faith-based, will be allowed to operate outside their bed capacity given to them by the regulator who is here, Dr. Kariuki. When you apply for a license, you must say how many beds do you need. If you say 50, you will admit 50 patients. No more Kenyans sleeping on the floor. No more Kenyans sharing beds. Kenyans who don't know each other, they have different ailments.
There was drama at Kibera Law Courts on Wednesday after convicted robber Alex Kibisu escaped from police custody under unclear circumstances. Kibisu, who was recently handed a 20-year sentence for robbery with violence, broke free while being escorted by officers at the court premises. Confusion ensued in court when the suspect, who had been brought in for a mention related to his appeal, allegedly overpowered a police officer before disappearing through the court's corridors. Security personnel were immediately placed on high alert with officers launching a manhunt around Kibera area. National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula has reaffirmed Parliament's legislative and budgetary support to independent institutions, including the newly appointed Electoral Commission (IBC). Speaking in his office during a courtesy call by the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, led by Chairperson Samuel Kobia, Wetangula emphasized the need to offer support to independent institutions to enable them discharge their mandate effectively. He underscored the critical role played by the NCIC in maintaining national unity and harmony.
So as Parliament, we will support NCIC in every way possible in terms of budgetary allocation, in terms of strengthening the law if there's any need for such a thing to be done, to enable you discharge your responsibilities and play your part in keeping Kenya together, keeping Kenya peaceful, and keeping Kenya at peace with its people and itself.
Marcus Rashford says he feels like he's at home at Barcelona after completing a season-long loan move to the La Liga club. The 27-year-old has joined an initial 12-month loan from Manchester United, with the Catalan Giants having the option of signing the England international on a permanent basis of 30 million euros in 2026. He is the first English player to sign for Barcelona since Gary Lineker in 1986. Rashford hasn't played for Manchester United, his boyhood club, since last December after being dropped by manager Ruben Amorim, and spent the second half of the 2024-2025 season on loan at Aston Villa. And that's the Truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed, Radio Generation. This is 88.8 in Nairobi, and of course in Mombasa it's 90.7. Tukua sehemu za Garissa ni 89.5. Hebu ambia Lamu na Malindi wanatupata wapi?
Lamu wanatupata kupitia kwa 92.6, alafu kule Malindi 92.1.
Leo tumeenda 92.1. Haya, sawa sawa basi. It is time for our morning conversation, and today we do have a guest in studio. He is a policy and political analyst, and what we want to discuss is basically some of what we mentioned earlier on, and it's about the presidency. Is rotational presidency the way to go? Is rotational presidency the way to go? Why are we asking rotational presidency? Kwa sababu of course watu wanakuanga wakizusha ati we've only been ruled by two tribes since the beginning of our democracy and so on and so forth. So we want to understand from the perspective of Odoyo Owidi whether rotational presidency or if there's any other formula of presidency, by the way, that we can employ. So Mr. Owidi, karibu tena sana to Radio Generation.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
I've never seen a beautiful station like Radio Generation station.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if I always go to bad ones or poorly groomed ones. Some you go, the wall is on your nose.
Yes.
Yes, but I don't want to name them because it is not good to do it here.
Right.
But thumbs up for you guys.
Yes.
Yeah, and considering that Radio Generation is also not very old.
Yes.
It is something good worth talking about.
All right. Sawa.
Yes.
In the conversation, first of all, allow me to reintroduce my co-host. This is Tricia Wayuwa. My name is Mung'ala Mbuvi, and the question that people have been asking for quite a while is all about whether the formula that we have of the presidency so far is working for Kenya. So I don't know, what are your thoughts as far as that is concerned?
Actually, it is something I have spoken about multiple times on social media, on radio stations, on TV stations across the country.
Right.
And I think it is the best thing that would ever happen to this country. Because I have noticed there's a sense of entitlement in the presidency by the larger communities. Let's just be honest and say by the larger tribes.
Right.
There is some sense of entitlement that even those who are seeking political partners, seeking the presidency, if you are from, say, the Kikuyu community, you want to get your partner either from Luo, Kalenjin, Kamba or Luya. That is it.
Yes.
It's like the other people don't exist in the country. But again, the entitlement is greater when your number is greater. And as you come down, the entitlement comes lower.
Right.
And what I have seen today, since President William Ruto became the president, actually made me start thinking.
Okay.
Because I have noticed some of the things he's accused of having done that look so big, like he has murdered the whole country, are things that were casually done by the past presidents. Some of the atrocities that were done in the last protest. For example, there was a time there were protests after, I think, the 2017 general elections.
Right.
And there were protesters protesting from town towards Serena. There was a guy who came in a Land Cruiser from State House with speakers on top and ran through the crowd. Nothing happened. Nobody was arrested. And incidentally, the local media did not cover it more than one day ahead.
Okay.
Today, one person would be talked about for months on end. And I think this is something that has been orchestrated, and I see it as a community battle against a president who is not from their community, because I see the rage and the vitriol poured by some politicians from certain communities against the person of President William Ruto.
Yeah.
And that is why I think to ease them down, to know that a time cannot be theirs all the time.
Yes.
It is time sometimes they become kingmakers and look for a president and not be the ones.
Right.
Because when they are the ones seeking it, they put everything into it. In fact, some of the protests that we saw, for example, the very last one, if you ask me, it was very unnecessary. Because when you go to protest, there must be a very clear demand that you want the government to do, such that when it is done, you get out of the streets.
Right.
What was it that if it was done, they would get out of the streets? Fine. They told us they want to commemorate the 35-year ago Sabasaba.
Yes.
And yet they told us we are the Gen Zs. Of course, they were not. The people behind that are not Gen Zs. But this thing happened before they were born. And even if that is not the case, because we celebrate Madaraka Day and Jamhuri Day, even by people who are not born then. But why don't we look back and say, how come throughout the President Mwai Kibaki period and the Uhuru Kenyatta period, this Sabasaba was not an issue to be celebrated?
Yes.
Suddenly they want to celebrate it. And it is not to be celebrated in stadia, like we celebrate Madaraka Day. In halls, like sometimes we do Jamhuri Day or Mashoja Day. We want to go to the streets. And not just the streets, the CBD. And we want to engage the police in battles. A celebration is where people go in happiness. We sit down, watch, and enjoy the entertainments that are around, and wait for the speeches that would come, the inspirational speeches. This is not what was happening. Well, it was clearly an attempt to remove the president out of office. And that is why we have been having protests, even commemorating the last year's so-called Gen Z protests. So my digging in, my investigations tells me that what is happening is an attempt by a community who feel entitled to the presidency to take the presidency of a person they believe should not be sitting on that seat. And that is why I think once we go and have a rotational presidency, it will be clear who should go for that presidency and who shouldn't go for that. I know there are people who will tell me about discrimination, who will tell me about democracy and so on. But in this country, we have affirmative actions where we tumetenga viti zingine kwa wamama.
Mr. Widi, nataka nikusumbue tu kidogo. Kindly move to this microphone. This one seems to be having a problem. So as you move to the, if Patricia, you can just help him a bit, asonge kwa hiyo microphone, so that we can get the audio vizuri. We seem to be having a problem with the first one. Now, as Mr. Odoyo does that, again, the question we're asking is about rotational presidency and the way to go. The thing that has been very prominent as far as this conversation is concerned is what he has rightly pointed out, and it has got everything to do with tribal politics, something that we have always been against in this particular studio. Na tumeongelea tukasema hapana, things need to be done differently. Is the leader at your grassroots level doing what is supposed to be done as far as weeding out tribal politics is concerned? So Mr. Odoyo, I think now we can hear you correctly, yeah?
Sure.
Nakusikia vizuri sasa.
Okay.
Let's continue. You were just pick up from where you left in terms of just saying that.
Yes, I was trying to
why
explain
some
to you.
Tribes feel disenfranchised.
Yes. We have had a country here,
right,
where once upon a time, President Uhuru told Kenyans that those who come to the streets to destroy public or private property,
yes,
we will take you home in coffins. We are in a country where during President Mwai Kibaki, one John Michuki told the Maasai that if you don't stop the fight against the Kikuyu in Enosupukia,
yes,
we will shoot you on sight. And 2 days later, the Maasais were shot as they were running away from the battlefield. And we did not see the vitriol being poured here. We did not see the anger. We did not see the media covering that on end. We did not hear the media asking Michuki to resign or the then president Kibaki to resign. In this country, we saw a scenario where instead of asking CA authority to close down media houses, the relatives of the president walked into newsrooms and pulled cameras.
Yes.
And pulled computers off the wall and slapped a journalist. And we did not see the vitriol being poured on Ruto today then. That is why there's a sense of entitlement. And the war against Ruto is not about President William Ruto being a bad president.
Yeah.
He's coming from the wrong community.
So you're saying that this anger is towards the community?
This anger is a community feeling that it is only them who are entitled to the presidency. Okay. And it is not everybody. The rest are being pushed into it. But you know, naturally, when your relative is the one saying something you believe in more. I was once a teacher, and I had the misfortune of having to deal with 2 parents and 2 children who are fought. Parent A believes his child A was the one who was on the right. B also, even when it is clear that probably A is wrong, they will never agree with you. And they don't ever agree with what the other child is saying. Naturally, even when you saw every Luo support Raila, every Kikuyu was supporting Uhuru, then it is not that those people were goaded. No. And they don't even realize that I am stuck on Raila because he's from my community. No. They don't realize that. But many times, it is instinct in them to believe him, whatever he says. And it is inbuilt in them not to believe the other side. So at the end of the day, you discover it is him you support. So what we are seeing today is tribal entitlement. Take, for example, Martha Karua.
Okay.
And Jeremiah Kioni.
All right.
They were with Raila Odinga on the streets. When Raila Odinga was trying to remove President William Ruto by asking, open the server, let's see what is in the server, and then you go home. But when Raila Odinga walked out of the streets, they remained in the streets and joined their son, Rigathi Gachagua, on the streets against President William Ruto. Do you think there's anything they believe in? No. These are people who have been with everybody. They have been in the Ruto camp, they have been in the Raila camp, they were in the Kibaki camp. So it is not about what is wrong or right. It is about what is good for their community. People have asked me before, Owidi, but the Kikuyu voted for President William Ruto knowing he was a Kalenjin. Yes, because they are the 2 devils. And to them, devil Raila Odinga and devil William Ruto, devil William Ruto to them that
Was
time
better.
was the better. They did not have a credible Kikuyu candidate. They have told me before already. But Mwaige Mwaura was a Kikuyu. He was not credible. He was not a believable candidate. He was those people that in a race help others to keep pace. They are pacemakers. They were to keep numbers on the ballot papers to make it look like a competition. There are people who are seeking an opportunity to be known across the country.
So Mr. Odoyo, if we were to have a rotational presidency,
yes,
how exactly would that work?
How exactly? I know it would be. People have also asked me that before, because this is something I've talked about multiple times. That how would it work in a country where we have close to 42 tribes?
Actually, there are 44 and counting.
Let me tell you what is going to happen. We do not have to have a period of 44 terms. 44 terms would be 44 times 5. No. We are going to say once your community has gone for a 2-term, you wait for another 4 terms, that is 20 years, before you present a candidate. Now, it will be very important that we define community or define tribe. Because you see, we have communities which have sub-tribes.
Yes.
Like the Luya and the Kalenjin. So we will have to define and say, if you belong to the Kalenjin community, you normally vote together, because it is what happens that inspires new laws. So once your person has gone to, you will have to remain a kingmaker for that period.
Okay.
Once, and then after some time, you can be back on the ballot. So still, their communities will never be, because of their numbers, because that rotational period is short, and we cannot have to put a very long one. Otherwise, we would be in a lot of trouble.
Because the question, of course, I was about to ask is that issue of when will other tribes ever get the opportunity to rule the country? Looking at now the democratic way of voting that we do in our country. Or is it another way of killing democracy also in our country?
It is not a way of killing democracy, because it is worse off now when some larger tribes feel entitled. It is worse, because they will always gang up too, and they can have a ping pong ball in between them. If it were not for the selfish of certain people, the Kikuyu community and the Kalenjin community could have this thing even forever, because they have the numbers. And having numbers and you are already in power,
yes,
is something that they can use. I know there was an election in 2007.
Yes.
In Mombasa, the election began very late. People fought until midday on fights that were instigated by the then Kibaki government, because it was clear that Raila Odinga was going to beat Kibaki, and of course he did. In 2007, that was a coup. So they can do what is called voters enfranchisement. So you go to a place where you think your opponent has numbers.
Support, yeah.
And you ensure that people begin to vote midday. Or there is intermittent vote throughout the day.
So no voting.
No voting, because you are in power. So when you have the numbers and then you are in power, it is very difficult to remove you from office. So there has to be a constitutional way of removing you from office, or giving you a break for a certain period, so that people rethink. That is what I am talking about. And that brings me to something that I've thought about. It is not so related, but I want to say it here so that you can remain thinking about it. There is something in this country called women rep. It was introduced as an affirmative action, so that we have enough women in the National Assembly. But when these women got to the National Assembly, this thing was supposed to have given them impetus to promote them, so that in future they can compete at par with men. But now, we have women reps who have been there for 5 terms. 3 terms. And they are going to the 4th one. And they are not leaving. And this thing was just meant to give them an opportunity to compete with men at par. So that is another place where we need to change the constitution and say, you go for women rep only once and you leave for another. After you go for that one, go and contest against men now. You have been empowered.
So, Odoyo, let me ask you also another question in regards to this whole situation. What if we do it like Malaysia? Malaysia has got a rotational monarchy. but theirs is safe or easy to work with, because I think they have about 5 or 7 major clans or tribes. So they just rotate. After a while, today we have a Luo king, kidogo another day we have a Kalenjin king, siku ingine tuko na a Kamba king, and so on and so forth. Is it possible here in this country to have one 5-year term, where we can have, like right now we have a Kalenjin and a Kikuyu, right? Or right now we have a Meru. Then in the next election, they are not allowed to run. So that means no Kalenjin, no Kikuyu, no Meru. Then we have a Kisi and say a Luya. They become president and another one becomes deputy. They agree who becomes deputy, who becomes president. And then hao wanatoka. Then in another term, we have a Kamba. Mkamba amekuwa vice president before, so hakuna Mkamba. So we have like a Masai and we have a Kuria. Is it possible to work out something like that, such that one is president, the other one is DP?
It is possible, but also we must remember that the law cannot apply retrogressively. We cannot go and say, you see, when President William Moi removed Section 2A, and then we also had fixed in the Constitution a presidential term limit.
Yes.
President Moi did not count the many years he had been president before. His presidential term limit started then when the law was made.
Yes.
Because we cannot apply the law retrogressively.
Okay.
We cannot backdate a law. So if we start now, we cannot backdate that law. But again, the problem with giving somebody one fixed term, they work like what I go with now is what is mine. You need to work in such a way that people say, let's vote him one more time.
Okay.
Let's give him another opportunity. And again, for a national government projects, some take much longer than 10 years.
Yes.
I don't think there's any that would go beyond. For example, if you wanted to build the Rironi Mau Summit Highway, it could take more than 5 years. It is good to see your project through.
Okay.
Because there are some people who are capable of abandoning projects begun by other presidents because they are trying to deny not only that president a legacy, but sometimes even a community. You don't want to be said it is so and so who did this. You know, the other day I saw somebody write in social media that President Mwai Kibaki gave us the free primary education and the Thika Superhighway. And they told us Uhuru gave us the SGR and the expressway. What is Ruto's legacy? I think we are not being fair.
Okay.
Those people were in office for 10 years. Ruto has been in office for
3 years.
3 years. 3 actually. Even the 3 is not over from the date he was put in.
Right.
But remember, the most magnificent stadium around the region is Talanta. And it is being built at a pace we have never seen before.
Talanta Stadium?
Yes, it is being built at a very fast rate. And today, if you go to Kisumu, for the first time, they are seeing residential skyscrapers with the lifts. That is the affordable housing. It is something they walk around to see. You know, Kisumu was becoming a dead city where there are not those building cranes. You know them?
Yeah.
The one that towers over. Many children are living in Kisumu, they have never seen them because there was nothing being built. Today, they walk around to see how those things work. That is going on. And President William Ruto has made sure that every community have their share of development. He even went to an island called Mfangano.
Yes.
And ensured there is a road and vehicles can move there. And ensured there is a ferry that would be taking people with their vehicles there to use. In the Lake region, there is supposed to be a ring road connecting the towns. And that road is being done. And this is only 2 years. And the people are already asking, what is his legacy? And the biggest thing that is bigger than Mwai Kibaki's free primary education is the SHA. That thing is bigger than bigness in itself. Because SHA is the organization, yeah?
Yes.
In SHA, we have SHIF.
Yes.
Which is identical to NHIF.
Right.
But now covers 22 million people compared to NSSF 4 million people.
Okay.
In that one, there is Health Infrastructure Fund, HIF. And in that, there is primary health care fund. Why this is separate from SHIF, it is because primary health care will be granted to anyone who registers with the SHA, even if you have not contributed.
Okay.
There is chronic diseases, chronic illnesses and emergency diseases fund. That again will be provided whether you contribute or not.
Okay.
And this thing is working because it has come a time where some bills are paid in full. Why it is not being seen as that big? Because there are some people who have captured legacy media houses to campaign against President William Ruto and anything he stands for, anything he attempts to do. Look at the scenario. The president says we are going to have national livestock vaccination for the country so that the meat we take abroad is accepted as disease-free. They campaigned against that thing until it was shelved. Because most of the livestock in the country belong to individuals. And you have convinced individuals that that thing is bad without evidence, without knowledge of its badness. And before, when I was growing up, we used to have animal vaccinations. So it is something, a campaign against the person of the president. Even this idea that people walk and gaslight interior CS or gaslight the president, that the police using firearms when the protests turn violent, when protests turn to robbery, is wrong. It is not wrong. If I was in that seat, I would have stood my ground and told them, if you come to peacefully protest, you will go back with your life how you came with it.
Okay, I think we are not going to get into that because, Mbuvi, there is a lot to say about the maandamano. Let us just get back to what we are looking at, the rotational presidency. Because if we go to that line, you're saying that if you were the one, you will come and be firm on whatever you are saying. It's not going to work well. I guess because we have we have critics of what has been happening. A lot has been said about what has been happening. Let us just concentrate with the rotational presidency.
It is okay. It is okay, but those are the reasons that are informing the idea of rotational presidency, because that kind of gaslighting was not done to the previous presidents. That because the previous presidents were from one community. They did never see anything wrong with the things they did. You do know how many people died in the 2007 post-election violence? 100,500 plus. And that thing died like that. In the 2017, people died many, many more. And there were no serious protests. The GSU was put at your doorstep in Kibra, in Mathare, in Kariobangi, in Korogocho. And there was even a case where a tear gas canister was fired into a woman's house and the baby was killed instantly. How long did the media cover that? Once, and that was it.
So are you saying that people are judging President Ruto unfairly because of the community that he comes from, or because he has not finished his term yet? Yesterday he was actually saying that tumpatie nafasi, give me time and then judge me at the right moment. And I think at the right moment he meant during the elections in 2027.
And they are behaving with President William Ruto like a teacher walking into a classroom where a student is doing exam, and people are telling me, you are failing, and he has only done question 1 and 2 out of 100. You are failing, you are going to fail, you have failed. And you are having a stick in your hand. And so he can't even think to complete the work.
All right.
There are even many projects that the president began that we have gaslighted him into stopping them. I can't even understand how a sane person would come and say that a church in State House is wrong. Because State House is a public institution. I think just like the military headquarters. The military headquarters as a church.
The problem with that, and I think someone sat here in one of the conversations, I think this week, and they said the problem is in the communication that the government is putting out. For instance, right now you've told us about the affordable housing situation in Kisumu. A lot of people are focused on the ones in Nairobi, all right, Kule Mukuru, and that is what they're pointing out and they're picking out and they're having a conversation about. No one is talking about the one in Kisumu. You've just said that we have cranes in Kisumu constructing houses there. And that is a good thing. I am happy for the people of Kisumu who are going to benefit from those houses.
It is not even only in Kisumu. It is all over the country.
And anywhere else that they're being constructed.
I saw the advertisement.
The problem then is the fact that government is not, first of all, advertising their own projects well. They're not talking about their own projects in a good way. However, people who are opposed to the government, whether it's the opposition or Gen Z or whoever, they are quick to point out the problems because the problems are louder. You see, problems don't need a PR campaign. If you don't have food, you don't have food, and you'll talk about not having food. If you're not employed, you'll go to the streets because you're not employed, and so on and so forth. If you've gone to the hospital, if you've presented your SHA details na SHA haijakusaidia, of course you'll go to the streets and say hii SHA haifanyi kazi. So I believe it is up to the government to ensure that people know SHA inafanya kazi and up to what level. Nyumba zimejengwa up to where. Barabara zimejengwa na nini zimefanyika and also it should be tangible. I believe it is our guest yesterday, Dr. Muluka, who said that government needs to work and seen to be working. Not just work chini ya maji, tuamke tu siku moja tupate barabara na hatujui ilianza aje na inaenda wapi. So that is a problem, I believe, from my perspective and where I sit. Government is just not doing enough to be seen and heard.
Mbuvi.
Yes.
It is very difficult for the government when the legacy media have chosen to be a co-conspirator against President William Ruto.
Okay.
I saw a media house the previous night gave a serious critic of the president in the name of a party secretary general. 2 hours on end to talk negative about the government from one statement to another. And at that point in time, the other major media houses were monitoring, and the next day, they were all talking about what this person was saying in another media house.
Right.
The president did not even announce what was happening in State House as building of a church. Building of a church is a small thing that is happening in the country. Every day, churches are being built by members of the public, members of the civil service.
Right.
Those are the people building churches. Churches, by tradition, are not supposed to build by the people only. In fact, the first church ever to be built, the famous first temple that King David collected resources to build, was done by the state. King David collected resources, and his son Solomon, who succeeded him, built the first temple at the ridge of the Temple Mount, very close to the then palace of King Solomon.
Okay.
And that is not all I want to say about that. The contribution of King David was equivalent to 1.3 trillion Kenya shillings today. In gold only. I have not talked about the silver. I have not talked about the wood. I have not talked about the rubies.
Okay.
I have just picked because the amount of gold was very clear. It was 3,000 talents. That is, 1 talent is 34.7 kilograms.
Okay.
And you convert that in gold and convert into dollars and then Kenya shillings. It's equivalent. That was the king doing that.
All right.
Now, when President William Ruto says, even though I am the president, I am also a churchgoer. To God, I am like Odoyowedi and Mbuvi. So I have to contribute. And you contribute according to what you can afford.
Okay.
And when he looked through the window at State House and saw 2 churches in the compound of State House, which were Mabati structures, then he says, why don't I? Because even the Odoyowedi, who is a believer out there, would not be able to see that we have a problem of church in State House. And State House is a public institution, just like the military barracks, which have churches and mosques, just like the universities, which have churches and mosques, just like all
even high schools.
Even high schools.
So, Mr. Odoyo, there's something that you have said. You've quoted David of the Bible and how they built the biggest temple, actually the first. Yeah, but now there's the aspect of David also did involve the people. You have talked of there was them who are being sent to bring wood, others were being told to bring this and this and this and this and this. So I think from where I see it, this is just my opinion, that Kenyans felt that this needed to have been transparent enough, because you realize that what happened later on, what the Kenyans realized about this later, and now the president came out and said that I have used my own resources.
My dear sister, let us not be trivial about things. The president contributing to build a church is something that we should call a press conference for. And you see, it is not Kenyans even who felt. It is one regarding Gachagua who came to lie to the public that a church is being built at State House as 1.2 billion because he said he believed the building was done by state resources. So
Now,
that he needed something again to propaganda against the president. But he was embarrassed when the president told him, look, I am not using any state resources to build this church,
my
and
money.
it is not 1.2 billion. Yeah? So now they change the story. Oh, it is public land, or it is public land. Oh, Kenya is a secular state. You find somebody at like Bwili Mutunga, somebody who has been a CJ, and when he was a CJ, those churches were there, and he never said it is illegal for a church to be in State House. When President William Ruto wants to just approve them, now they are illegal suddenly.
Odoyo, this is what I think. There is no problem building a church. You've said King David and King Solomon walijenga makanisa,
correct,
which is a good thing. The only thing that personally I would have, and this is now me personally as Paul Mung'ala Mbuvi, the only issue I would have with that is you build a church worth 350 million. You go to other churches as well, you're giving this huge amounts of money, 20 million, 100 million, 120 even, and it's a good thing to give to God. I also give God according to my pocket. The problem here lies in the fact that you're doing that, and yet in the same community you're donating all these monies. We have children who are unable to go to school because they either don't have classes, they do not have even schools, the schools do not have teachers, they don't have shoes, and we're talking about children from all denominations. There are Muslims there, there are Catholics there, there are Protestant there, SDS, and so many other denominations we can mention. So the problem is not donating to God. Donate to God. And actually the chairman of NCCK aliketi kwa hiyo kiti tu na akasema, yeye mwenyewe akasema hakuna shida kupatia Mungu pesa na offering yako, lakini si lazima uannounce to the world. Watu wajue Mbuvi amekuja kwa kanisa akatoa 100 million.
So like the question is very long.
No. I'm
asking a short one, then we go back.
What?
Because I will not remember everything you said.
No, the only issue I've said and that's why I said as Paul Mung'ala Mbuvi.
Yes.
Is the fact that donate 20 million or even build a church worth 350 million. Yet there are children in this Nairobi going hungry. Why don't you direct those because even in my community our church doesn't cost 350 million, and yet we are more than the people in State House who will use that same church.
Okay, Mbuvi, when you contribute to your churches,
yes,
do you also go and see if your neighbor's child has gone to school before you contribute to the church?
No, I don't.
Yes. And then
I can't afford to teach to school their children.
No, I'm not.
But at least mine I take to school.
No, yeah. You go and give 5,000 in a church.
Right.
Your neighbor, some have not gone to school for a book worth 10 bob. And you don't go to look if there's such a thing. And then let's also be fair to the person of the president.
Okay.
The money may look huge to you. But the media in Kenya once covered President William Ruto as a person who owns a poultry farm with an annual turnover of 560 million. President William Ruto owned multiple businesses and hotels, insurance and all that. If he chooses to work for God that has lifted him to that level, he can do it. He can do it. And this is his personal money. He chooses where to put it. If he wants to put it in the hands of God, and he knows God can then help even those children you are talking about, so be it. Because these people criticizing President William Ruto, they even criticize when he's given money anywhere else. He gives money anywhere, they will criticize. They go and do women empowerment, they criticize. They go and do child education, they criticize. They will criticize anything, not only done by President William Ruto, done by any government official perceived to be close to the president. That is why I want you to see this conspiracy.
So Mung'ala, unajua najifikiria mimi sasa hivi, if I feel like I have enough money,
right,
natoka tu hapa mimi naenda najengea pale Central Police,
right,
niende ninawajengea tu kanisa pale. I tend to believe that this is a country, there is the rule of the land. There are some procedures in doing some of these things that people do, and especially anything to do with the state property, state assets. I think there are procedures. I think the where the problem seems to be is the issue of the rule of law there are procedures that needed to have been followed, and also the aspect of our president during his manifesto talked of transparency. Anything that we are doing, we want to be transparent enough. So that is my opinion.
Yeah.
Even earlier, you had told me the president the government is not communicating well.
Yeah. They're not.
But you see,
yes,
you can only communicate through the media. But when the media has chosen to be biased against you,
right,
it will always appear that you're not communicating. I think to say that even when the president donates to churches, he needs to talk about. And even that church they are talking about that was being built at a foundation, it has not even started. And you can see the heat on it.
Yeah.
And the heat is simply because the president is doing it. And when you talk about Central Police Station, I know it is hypothetical. But who really do we have there to go to church? The State House is an institution. I think you need to take a tour there. It is a village. It is an estate where people who go to church are. And this is the reception of Kenya. When international guests at presidential level come to Kenya, that is where they go. Suppose a head of state is in Kenya for 2 days, and he chooses that because it is Sunday, Your Excellency, why don't we go and pray?
Kuna All Saints, kuna Holy Family Basilica, kanisa ni nyingi.
No.
The governor has
there are those moments
yes,
that you need to keep your guests not only private, but minimum walking distance.
Right.
A church service that is going to go for 30 minutes. Why do you need to remove the motorcade, the security to go to All Saints? Do you know the arrangement that would be in All Saints if the president were going to church there? If the president is coming to your home, even for a funeral, 3 days before, they have come and taken over the toilet you will use on that day. They have taken over the dining hall you will use on that day. All that arrangement is unnecessary when you can have a church behind State House, where the people who live within and their guests and their children can go on a Sunday to pray. I think it is very awkward to see a Mabati structure in a magnificent State House compound. Honestly, just be fair to the president.
Wacha president atajajua na Mungu kivyake, mimi nitajajua pia na Mungu kivyangu, according to my offering and offertory.
Mung'ala, me I think as a country, we also have enough resources that that church could have just been built by resources from the government, not personal resources. First of all, I feel
Kama
like as a country,
akona 350 million,
tukona enough resources zenye tunaweza jenga kanisa pale if we felt like we need that.
Ajenge kanisa.
But I want to take Mr. Ogon.
Wait a minute.
Kidogo nyuma.
That place before you go anywhere. There is nowhere in the world where churches are built by government because we normally, unless maybe it is the Muslim world, but the state must be secular as in the constitution. Secular. There's no, because which church will the state build? Raw Israel, Catholic, SDA, and so on. So the church must build by the believers. So the president, in his capacity as a believer, chose that in this church, this is my contribution to build it. And possibly there would be other people who would say, Your Excellency, let's help you with something better, or you have built the church, let's do the seats.
All right. Personally, I wish him all the best as far as that is concerned. We know President amesema mara mingi sana, he's God fearing, he's saved. So again, God will judge us individually. Tutenda siku moja tuambie Ruto na country yako simameni hapa, judgment yenu ndio hii.
So I was taking him back to the issue of these abductions, killings and so forth. And then you had quoted the previous governments. You've quoted you've cited 2017, 2007, the chaos, what happened, how we lost people. But then my question is, so should we continue with this? Should the current government continue with this because it happened in a previous government? That was my question.
Because I have respected you because of the way you have handled this. The first time I was told that, I told them that is a gracing field excuse. The reason why I quote those other presidents is so that people are able to see the conspiracy. They see the entitlement. To see the discrimination against President William Ruto. President William is supposed to do that. But to come and say things that his predecessors did casually, for him he's supposed to leave office for doing. We just need to change the president, the way the things are done. We just need to oversight the government and say, look, this is the way things are supposed to be done. Take, for example, when the government banned live broadcasting, the media houses didn't mobilize people to go to the streets. They went to court. Because we had already spilled blood in the streets to get a working constitution, to get an independent judiciary that will rule even against the state. And true to that statement of mine, they ruled against the state. These days, the court rules against the state on a daily basis. And still you are telling us, if we are having a grievance, we should not go to court, we should go to the streets. And again, you cannot go to the streets of things that are not measurables, that they have been achieved. For example, you're saying, I'm jobless, so I'm going to the streets. How will you know now you will stop being jobless? How will you know now it is enough? The government has had me, I will get a job. And it is not the government who employs people. The government creates an environment for investment, and the investments employ people. The government can only employ so much. And again, this unemployment did not begin with President William Ruto.
True, we agree.
Even during Kibaki, there was unemployment. Sure. Even during Uhuru. How come we are not in the streets then for unemployment? Because we were comfortable with whoever was in power. Suddenly, some people are not comfortable with whoever is in power.
So, Odoye, then allow me to ask you this question.
We went to the streets even before President William Ruto's first budget was read. Azimio was already in the streets.
I have a question. So, we are being unfair to President Ruto. Who is being unfair to President Ruto, specifically?
Very good. The people who feel entitled to the presidency have mobilized their communities to go to the streets against President William Ruto. Now, when you saw the serious issue about the 25th June protests, which roads were full? Thika Road, Kiambu Road. Was where? Kitengela, Dagoretti, Olkalou, Nyeri, Muranga, Kiambu. It is obvious. We just refuse to talk about it because we fear to be mentioned as being tribalist. But if you don't call tribalism by name, it will never end in this country.
In the latest protests,
yes,
over 27 counties.
Yes.
I think one newspaper actually quoted 31 counties.
My brother,
31 counties had protests in one way or another. This country has got 47 counties. So that means there are 16 counties that did not participate, right? I am yet to meet an individual, not even Raila Amolo Odinga, honorable former prime minister, is able to mobilize that much. We have seen protests organized by ODM, and they were not as intense as these ones. We saw during maandamano za ODM, shida zilikuanga sana sana Kisumu, Nairobi. Yes, but in these latest protests, I do not understand how one leader or even a group of leaders are able to mobilize. I'll even tell you what was happening, because I met an Uber driver who came from Emali. Aliniambia the kids, and aliwaita hivyo kids as young as even 18 and below, not 18 and above, 18 and below, are the ones that were on the road that blocked barabara ya Emali. Na anasema watoto, these are his sentence.
When you talk too much, I will forget what you said in the first.
Alisema ya
dealt with.
Alisema kwamba
watoto in 37 counties. Then when I finish that, you bring those others.
Watoto ndio walikuwa wameblock barabara. You tell me, who are these people who are able to organize even children to that level?
Mbuvi, first of all, the fact that you saw children below 18 on the streets tells you somebody asked them to go. They have no capacity to think there's anything wrong to go. Number two, we, from where I sit, if I wanted a protest in every county, I would achieve it with minimal effort. Very easy. I just need an ally there. And each county, I just need to send 50,000, not 100, not 1 million. Give for this 300 to youth and tell them to go on the street and start a protest. You'll have a protest in every country. So when you tell me that how was somebody able to achieve 37, and when it is the figures you want, the numbers of county that you take to the newspaper and say, oh, there were protests in 37 counties or 17, I don't even know which one you want to believe, 37 or 17. So you will get it if the numbers you want. I have seen this country where policemen are bypassing some people carrying rungus. The cameraman goes to record them. When they are over passenger, they stop. Then they tell you, we have seen here, the police were escorting people carrying rungus. It is not possible that a moving Land Cruiser is moving at the same speed as people carrying rungus and walking. No, but at one point or another, there is a time they are overtaking each other. If you just take your video at that point and take it to the studio, people out there, we have seen illusions in video editing. And they tell us. So let me tell you, my brother. If there were no protests in Migori,
yes,
there is no protest in Kondele. There is no protest in Bungoma.
Right.
There is no protest in Kwale. And then you come and tell us Kenyans were protesting because there are protests in Olkalau and Nyeri. It is, you see it. The only problem that President William Ruto has got, which has made this thing very difficult to deal with, is a partisan media. Yesterday, I was watching one of the stations. We have 4 people invited to the studio.
Right.
Plus the hosts. 5. One person was the only one pitching for the president. He could not even be let by the host, not to forget about these other people quiet, to complete a sentence. When he's about to begin and make a complete sentence about the government of the president, but you know, then I say, is this what we are going to have in the country? First of all, they should have brought 50-50, pro-government and anti-government. And then you sit and moderate. But he was asking, even had a question challenging the guy could not even finish sentence. And that is what goes on in all these legacy media houses. You wake up in the morning, the commentator is about the government not doing this, the government not doing that, the Ruto did this, and then you wonder, is this what we have been having?
In your opinion,
in my opinion,
yes. In your opinion, Odoyo, what do you want the media to do? Wake up every morning and say, like in the days of Mutukufu Rais, Daniel Moi, we sing the national anthem, we praise the president.
Said no, so leave it at that.
So what do you
expect? I want them to do is report fairly. You know, we have been told how it is the police that scuttles otherwise peaceful protest. So
if a police officer is caught on camera,
let me finish that before
shooting,
you bring.
We don't report that.
Let me just finish this sentence. I want, we have been told that it is the police who scuttles an otherwise peaceful protest.
Right.
Right. But I have never seen a video showing peaceful protest, the police coming from this side and scuttling that protest. What they will show you is the police chasing people. They will never show you how they all began. You know, sometimes I watch Nigerian short movies.
Right.
And of course, they give you the gist of it. Then they tell you how it all began. They don't tell you how it all began. They want to tell you the moment when the police is committing that crime. And let me also tell you, I have seen police commit what I call brazen murder in the streets during Mandamano. Do you think it is the president who sent them to do that or their boss? No, they are acting as individuals. When you are the principal of a school, if a teacher canes a child in the classroom, he will take personal responsibility. You will not send that principal home. Because he was in his office when the teacher was committing the crime in class, knowing well the guidelines that they have as teachers. But today, a constable has shot a man in the street, you want the president to go home. Yet even this constable in that very government is in court for the crime. So I think
we have about 2 minutes.
Mung'ala, I think we really needed more time to address some of the issues that he's saying, because when you say they are acting on their own behalf, and the other day we just saw the CS saying something. We have seen also the president saying about shooting the leg on the leg. We have seen so many things. When you say that the police media are covering areas whereby the police before the police starts scattering these guys with rungus. Me, I was in town someday and I saw it myself with my naked eyes. Yes, there are so many things. And again, I just wanted to ask you, so Gen Z, this ideology, it is not are you saying that it is somebody's project? It was not Gen Z's project. It was not Gen Z's who are agitating for something.
I need to tell you this. Apparently I know more things than you people are accepting to know. Do you know there was something called Limuru 3? It was covered live for 4 hours. The vitriol that were poured on the person on the presidency. There's a lady who said, make sure you go and give your children money to go into the streets. Limuru 3 conference. I think it was 7th. Was the 7th of June or so? At that meeting was purely Kikuyu, not even Mount Kenya.
Right.
Sitting there was the people who did not go, like I think Uhuru didn't go, but he was represented. Gen Z was a project, and when you pick those people in the streets at random, most likely only one would be a Gen Z out of 10.
Unfortunately, we've come to the end of the show. I wish we would have had more time to have a better conclusion to this conversation. But nonetheless, thank you so much for making time. Please come again. There are some things I'd really like to pick your brains on.
No, we can always.
Njoo tena tuzungumze, lakini
tutaongea, tutasema.
Ni sawa sawa. This is where we take a short break though. We are having the news with one Winnie Maganga. When we return, we shall be having an advocate. I hope he's here, by the way. We shall be having an advocate in studio to talk about the job market and what is plaguing the youth as far as employment and innovation is concerned. Don't go too far. We will be right back.
Thank you.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high.
It's 9 o'clock.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Members of Parliament have backed a motion seeking urgent implementation on universal health coverage and mandatory use of public hospitals by all public officers. The motion, introduced by nominated MP Sabina Wanjiru Chege, calls on the government through the Ministry of Health to expedite the Kenya Universal Healthcare Coverage Policy 2020-2030. It also seeks the introduction of policy compelling civil servants, public officers and state officers to exclusively seek treatment at public health facilities. Chege states that by requiring public officers to use public health facilities, government will inject more money into these institutions through the insurance cover offered to civil servants.
That the government, through the Ministry of Health, implements the Kenya Universal Health Coverage Policy 2020-2030 and introduce a policy on mandatory use of public health care facilities by all civil servants, public officers and state officers who are using medical cover catered for by the government of Kenya. And I want to challenge members of this house, if you fall sick in your constituency, which is this hospital that you can be able to go and be attended to with the care, or will you wait to be airlifted to Nairobi or out of this country?
The late content creator Zakaria Karaoke alias KK Mwenyewe was finally laid to rest on Wednesday at Nyamweru village in Lari constituency, Kiambu County. Hundreds gathered to bid a final farewell to KK amid an outpouring of grief from family, friends and fellow content creators. Karaoke shot to national fame for his humorous impersonations of former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua. He passed away after short illness.
Your gift of making people smile, for making even strangers feel seen and heard with your purpose, with passion, and with a joy that was contagious. Rest well, my son.
Amekuwa kibuni kwa ajili ya kufanya nini? Kuweza kuelimisha jamii, kwa ajili ya kuweza kukosoa mahali ambapo kumekuwa mambo hayaendi sawa.
18 youths who were arrested during the Sabasaba protest in Mwea, Kirinyaga County will be released on a cash bail of 40,000 shillings after the Wanguru Law Court reduced the bail from 50,000 shillings. They were arrested in Ngurumbani in Mwea East Sub-County on July 7th and are accused of having taken part in an unlawful assembly with the intent to break into and steal from Nice supermarket. The group appeared before Wanguru Law Court on July 8th, 2025, where detectives were granted 3 days to investigate. On July 11th, they pleaded not guilty and were each remanded on 50,000 shillings cash bail. 8 people have since paid the 50,000 shillings, while 10 remain in Mwea GK prison on remand. He is the lawyer.
Currently representing the accused in Mwea in regards to the July 7th demonstrations. There are 17 accused who are being charged in Nyamuru court. They were initially given a bail of 50,000 shillings, cash bail of 50,000 shillings. Today we have prayed to the court that it be reviewed. The court has reduced it to 40,000 shillings. But again, that is money that most of my clients, as of today, they are unable to fill up. They can't pay up.
Politicians fanning ethnic tension for political gain have been put on notice as the government vowed to take swift and decisive action on them. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen says security agencies will be very firm on anyone making insightful statements aimed at dividing communities. Speaking on Wednesday at Uasin Gishu County Commissioner's office ahead of Jukwaa la Usalama Security Forum, Murkomen said the government will not tolerate leaders using inflammatory language to divide Kenyans.
One of the security concerns for us here is a few elements that are inciting members of public and inciting communities against each other. One of the things that I have told the security team is to be very firm with anybody who is making inciting remarks against any community or any person. We know that some of those people are political actors that don't come from Uasin Gishu and they don't come from Rift Valley, but they try their best to create a wedge between communities.
Chief Justice Martha Koome has explained that her earlier remarks about the banning of Kikuyu Law Court and nearby government offices were based only on initial security reports related to June 25th attack. She says her comments were not aimed at casting a wide judgment on protesters or other incidents. In a statement released as public debate continued and amid a July 21st reference by the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, Koome said her comments were informed by the situation at hand during her site visit and not intended to influence any legal proceedings. The CJ visited the court on June 26th, a day after it was torched, and condemned the destruction in a statement posted on the judiciary's X account. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Radio Generation, home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. In the beginning, there was morning radio.
I've never seen anything like this.
But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey.
You got it locked.
Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Very good morning to you. Welcome to Radio Generation. This is the last hour. Our conversation taking a different turn. We're going to be talking about employment for a minute. Employment law, to be specific, and what you need to know. Our guest for this morning is Mukua Manyara. He is an advocate. But in studio kama kawaida, tuko naye dada yangu hapa hivi. Wayuwa, how are you doing, Patricia?
I'm good.
Umesikia conversation hapo awali?
We will need him back.
Tumeambiwa ya kwamba sisi kama media tunakosea rahisi sana. We are not reporting things as they are. Tumeambiwa pia tunamuingilia sana rais. Na ningependa niulize tu our guest for this particular hour, Mr. Mukua. First of all, welcome to Radio Generation.
Asante.
Do you think the media has been unfair to the president? And not just specifically Radio Generation, other stations as well, TV, radio, magazeti. Do you think they are being unfair to the president?
I think the media should be let to do their work. That's my view. We have media freedom in Kenya, and they should report however way they want. The government should not dictate what the media reports.
Yeah.
They have the national media stations. They can use them to advance their agenda if they think the private media is not doing what they want to do.
Right.
Yes.
But do you think that question of fairness or unfairness On that scale, is the media fair or unfair?
It's my view that the media is always on the ground, so
Yeah.
they will report facts as they are on the ground.
Okay.
So what we always see is what is on the ground. And if they cover live coverage, really, it's live coverage, it's fair, it's neutral. And at some point, we've even seen the government trying to curtail live coverage of protests. Then who do you think in this case is trying not to be fair?
All right.
Yes. One who is covering live or one who's ensuring that live coverage stops.
Haya, story for another day.
Yeah, that is a story for another day.
I just need to get it from someone who's not in the media, because everyone else, unfortunately, in this office is in the media, so I couldn't have asked them that same question. Karibu sana.
Asante. I'm happy. Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm happy to be here.
Okay. Let's get right into it.
Yes.
Employment law. I'm sure we have several employment laws. Maybe you can just point to us one specific one that employers and employees need to focus on.
First of all, the employment law in Kenya is developing landscape. I think with the Employment Act of 2007, the employment regime in Kenya took a pro-employee philosophy, kind of, in a way that I would say that the employment laws kind of protect the employee more than they protect the employer. What we have in Kenya is, of course, it tried to shape how the employers and employees would relate in the employment landscape, but then we are very, very far away from what we'd expect. So, sorry about that.
It's okay.
So, one of the things that we'd expect to speak more specifically probably is what to look for in an employment contract. Yes, what should it contain? And this one is also captured in the Employment Act, particularly Section 10, 11, and 12. And if probably would want me to expound further, there are some salient features that, number one, should be contained in an employment contract. All employment contracts are ordinarily supposed to be in writing. That's number one. Number two, the person to draft the employment contract is the employer. The person to keep employment records is the employer. So should there arise a dispute on this employment contract, then it is the employer's duty to prove through the records they have, through the employment contract. And should it be ambiguous, then it should be interpreted against the maker of the employment contract.
But I should have a copy also of that contract.
Yes. Yeah, the one to draft it, you sign, and then you have one. So let me go into what this contract should contain. Number one, it should contain the basic biodata of the employee and the employer. For instance, should contain your name, sex, and age at the time of employment. It should also contain whether it's a fixed term contract or a long term contract or a permanent contract, for instance. It should also contain how much you're going to be paid and how you're going to be paid, the currency, the frequency. You know, in some states you are paid weekly, others by
wages.
After 2 weeks. But in Kenya mostly we have monthly. So it should state as much. It should state that should this contract be terminated, what duration of notice should you be given. You understand? The place of work is also very important. Yes, the place of work. For instance, if you are working in Nairobi, you should be stationed in Nairobi, so that you are not employed and then after 2 weeks you are transferred to Mombasa without
notice or
conversation. Without that conversation about how you are going to relocate. It should also contain, of course, I have spoken about wages.
Yes.
The amount and the duration. It should also contain
duration.
Yeah, the duration. It should contain the job description.
Okay.
Yeah, job description is very, very important. You probably are employed here, or it's your station, I do not know.
All right.
But then your job description is indicated. Not tomorrow to come to the office and you're told now you should sweep. Yeah, you are supposed to clean this place. And it's not in your job description.
Part of my JD, what we like calling JD.
Yeah, that is JD. And any other specific particulars that they would either be in the contract, but most importantly, I have come to realize, and there's a dispute I'm doing in court about this, that if this employment contract has a probationary term,
right,
then it should be in the main contract. You should not be referred to your employment policies or to the law as to be being part of the contract.
I don't understand. Come again. If there's a probationary period,
yes,
for my employment,
yes.
So, for example, many companies will employ for the first 3 months or 6 months,
yes,
and you are put on probation.
Yes.
Ndio waone utafanya kazi namna gani.
Yes.
If after 6 months you perform well, they now give you full employment.
Yeah, full employment.
If after 6 months haufanyi kazi vizuri, unaenda
you can be terminated, or you can also be terminated during the period of this probation.
Okay.
Given notice. Sometimes they give you 7 days notice.
All right. So now you're saying that this probation period should be included where?
If your employment contract or your employment agreement is subject to a probationary period, then the fact that it's a probationary period, it should be in the main employment contract. You should not be referred to employment policies of the organization. That the HR policy could be saying that all employees who are employed are subject to 6 months probation.
Okay.
Then, but at the time you are signing this contract, you do not have this document. And also remember, some of these documents could be bulky. So you are being given a contract. You read the contract. It doesn't have the probation clause. Then after you've joined, then you are being told you are subjected to a probationary period of 6 months. Then that would not be fair.
There's something that you've indicated about your job description. There's in many contracts you see somewhere written that any other duties is assigned by your supervisor. What does that mean?
There is a rule in law we call the jus dem generis rule. This is the first time I'm using it since
law school.
Since I learned about it in first year in law school. But it means that you have a list of probably activities, and then any other would mean a list from this genre of activities. You understand? You are teaching, researching, and all. So any other duty should be related to this.
Should be related.
Yes.
Yeah. See, you are a host.
Yes.
Then any other duties is given by the supervisor. Ushtukie sasa siku nyingine Mung'ala, you are the one who will be the sweeping.
Yes.
Doing
so it is not related to your normal duties.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
So okay. But sometimes, in a work environment, you're usually told, don't be too rigid, be flexible bana. Siku moja ukiona producer wako hayuko and you can produce, you produce. That is related to my work. I can schedule music, I can schedule adverts, I can schedule the news and all that. But now, unfortunately, let's say our driver is unwell. Yeah. And now we need to move staff members from maybe here to go to the ground. So now mdosi akuja niambia Mbuvi, so uchukue hizi fungo bana, peleka akina Patricia town wakakave story. I am not the company driver. They can hire an Uber if they wanted, or a Bolt or whatever.
Yes.
So should I now decline and say hapana, mimi kazi yangu imeisha, 10 o'clock imefika, mimi nimeenda nyumbani, wacha Patricia apelekwe, sijui atapelekwa na nani?
You know, the law is not as rigid as people would think. What the law would do in this instance is, if you refuse, then disciplinary action cannot be taken against you on that aspect.
Okay.
But then the law is not going to encourage you not to do something that you would do and it wouldn't really disadvantage you. If you are going for that shoot,
yes,
you are a qualified driver.
Yes.
And it's and it's a car that probably looks like yours. You're just carrying people using a company car.
Yeah.
Then you just take them and come back.
Okay.
Because you're being a utility player.
We
all know that even in the Premier League, in the people play football,
yes,
you can use Rhys James as a left back, who's a left back, to play in central midfield. And that's okay.
Well, I've seen cases whereby we have interns or students who have come for attachment.
Yes.
We also have people who have come for internship, and then they've worked in that organization for the longest time. It is now 6 months. After 6 months, wameanza kupewa ka stipend.
Yes.
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 So wamefanya pale for over 2 years, and that person does not have a contract. What does the law say about that?
If how many I think it's over 3 months when you work as a casual, number one, under the law, an intern is an employee. You have to treat them as an employee.
Under the law, intern is an employee.
Yes, an intern. Then you look at the interpretations. An apprentice, an intern should always be given the protections of an employee. That's number one. But two, casuals who come and are paid maybe daily, weekly, or whatever, when they work for over 3 months continuously, then they should also be treated as employees. Who now, there are benefits of employees that they get statutory deductions, NSSF, NHIF, those ones. Those are things now that come into play when you are treated as an employee. And then now, for interns, if, for instance, such an intern works, and you cannot have interns for such a long time, more than a year. So, if now they have exceeded this period, then, and you continue engaging them,
right,
as they were, then they should be treated as employees with all the benefits of employees. And remember, there is something called minimum wage and also market rates. So they could actually even now try and sue you, not for minimum wage, but for market rates, for whatever qualifications they have.
Speaking of the minimum wage, a lot has happened in our country. Companies are not doing quite well economically, and we have seen, and especially in the private sector. So we have this minimum wage law. And so we have companies here who are not even able to pay people as per that minimum wage that they're supposed to be paid. But people just continue working because they do not have options.
Yes.
So how can such people be protected from exploitation?
That's not exploitation. You don't even talk about companies. Just talk about our house helps. Who pays house helps minimum wage? Very few people. It's because the law is a bit aloof from the reality on the ground. But then the law is actually trying to protect the small person, because ultimately when these things go to court, this small person actually gets to benefit. You are paid the balance of what you have not been paid for all this period that you did not work. But coming to your question, it is my view that the law will protect you when you invoke it. You understand? You will continue working on this minimum wage, and your employer is unable to pay you more than the minimum wage. But should you now want to force your employer to pay you what you ought to be paid, then ordinarily you can always sue. You can always move to court and compel your employer to pay you the balance. But then you can never sue, number one, if you do not have the means, and also while you are still employed, because you really must have an alternative.
Okay.
What I suggest, and I've suggested it elsewhere in the committees I serve at the Law Society, that we should find innovative ways of circumnavigating through this minimum wage, particularly even for lawyers. We'd find that some advocates are being paid 40,000 a month, 50,000 a month, which is low for their qualifications. So what we suggest is we get a fractional. I have seen there's a fractional employment,
right?
That you come in for work twice a week, once a week, or you are allocated files, work based, so that I pay you per file and however much it's paying. How we agree, so that you have other time to go and work elsewhere to meet your needs. Because if I am unable to pay you the much you should earn, then it means I do not have enough work.
And so
to engage you full time.
Okay, so and who is there now to protect the company? Because we all agree things are hard economically. So you have a company that had already employed people. So the first month they are having a challenge in paying their staff because they did not get enough revenue. And now a second month is here. They cannot fire these people. Yeah, because of course there's a law protecting these people. So what is it now for the employer?
We always tell people, companies, businesses, whoever you are, before you start business, engage experts. You should engage economists, you should engage financial experts, people in that industry, to explain, to try to project how this business is likely to go on in the next few years. And also, it's also good having gathered that information. Look for a lawyer, a compliance lawyer, who will be able to tell you that with this kind of arrangement, you are able to minimize losses in case of any eventualities.
Yeah.
So that instead of giving people contracts on permanent and pensionable basis, you give them 2 or 1 year renewable contract. So that when you are unable, things take a downturn like they did in COVID, and you need to lay off employees, you do not need to start chasing people out. You can just wait for the 3-4 months in which you are unable to pay them expires, then you do not renew those contracts. You understand? And like when you had given people 10-year contracts, and then things become tough, and then they have like 8 years remaining on their contract, and they insist they have to be paid for that before they leave. You understand? So it's about planning. It's about, for an employer, of course, we have the Employers Federation of Kenya. We have so many other employer organizations, but most importantly, the law presumes that at the bargaining table, the employer is on a better bargaining power than the employee. That is why the law will always protect the underdog. Yes.
Now, in terms of contracts, if we can just go back to that one, there's some, like, I remember I've worked in media my entire life.
Yes.
I remember there's a time I went to a particular company and I was given a contract that was about 15 pages long.
Okay.
And in another company, it was literally a sheet of paper. And in another company, 2 pages, the cover page, and then the page that has got more or less the contract, and the last page where, I was signing. So why is it, and these are same media houses, different media houses rather, the JD is the same. So what should not be, because if I look at some of those contracts, I was like, hey, hizi stories zingine ni mingi, and to be honest, I didn't read everything. I just went, I looked at the place where there is the price, or rather the salary.
That's what most people check.
And I went to the signature.
That's what most people, that's the most important.
Yeah, hizi zingine 17 pages surely. Me as it was nice idea. So why is it that they're like that, they're different like that, and yet same job description, kila kitu?
What I'd say is the one that have many pages, they just want to iron out everything, but the contract will almost always not address everything, every eventuality. The contract should be a bit lean. I do a lot of employment disputes, particularly sports related employment disputes, and most of these contracts are like 2-3 pages long, and unfortunately some of them are plucked off the internet.
Yeah.
From Google. They use the FA. People watch a lot of EPL.
Yes.
So they'll go get FA. You will see that some clauses are like the FA rules will apply. Then you really know that this is not a Kenyan contract. But most importantly, the clauses, as I mentioned, the clauses that must be there should be there. But then you don't need now to exhaustively say that, or if this happens and not, those long paragraphs in a clause, you just say, if you are going to be paid the 100,000, you're going to be paid 100,000 in these durations.
Okay.
If there is commissions, you indicate it there. And then you can have an addendum, or in that is as long as you would want.
Okay.
That would be now negotiated later on.
Okay.
Yes, but then there is no point of having long. I think 3 pages max is good enough for a contract.
In terms of salary,
yes,
when you're negotiating for your salary, so you come into an office with you meet your future employer, then akwambie mukua me I'm offering you 150,000. This 150,000 that you've been offered, is it gross or is it net, or what is it that you've been offered?
That is a contractual. You are discussing. That is business. That is business. Whatever you agree, whether it's gross, whether it's net. Whether it is, some people also negotiate this. There is this other aspect.
Yeah.
Contract for service and contract of service. Employment contract is contract of service. So the employment landscape in Kenya, employers are becoming ingenious together with the employees, because the contract for service also helps them. A contract for service is like we are an independent contractor. You come in as a consultant, you do your thing, and you go. You are the one who manages your time, your tools, and whatever it is.
Okay.
But now, and with that, what the employer does is just to pay you less 5% withholding tax.
Right.
So they do not have payee obligations. They do not have
insurance.
Yes, insurance obligations and
NHIF.
Sana payee, NHIF.
Yes.
Okay, excuse me, SHA.
NSSF.
Yes. SHIF. Now they call it SHIF.
Yes.
But now you see, when you go to court, in case you go to court, it's not often, but in case you go to court, the court will always look at how your relationship was to determine whether it was an independent contractor relationship or an employer-employees relationship, because there are various other obligations, even if they were not on the contract, that will attach the employer in case of termination. You understand? And remember, independent contractor kind of relationships will also have a contract kind of, and even if that contract is there, we will still go further to look behind this contract. How was this employer-employee? Was this agreement couched? How was it effected? How was it implemented? If you are coming to work at between 8 and 5, you are subjected to HR practices and everything. You cannot be said to be an independent contractor, even if the contract says so. Yes.
All right. Again, in terms of salary, I have come and I have accepted the 250,000 salary. Then in the process of me doing my work, and this is now salary, forget independent contractors, hii ni saa low. Ninakatwa ya shift, ninakatwa pay, ninakatwa hizo vitu zote. Then I come and discover that my colleague now, in this case Patricia, we are working the same job. The JD is exactly the same. The functions, we get in here at 6, we leave at 10. Then I discover she's making $500,000. Am I allowed to go now back to the employer and say, hey, hapa kidogo mumeniibia, mimi mnanipatia 250 lakini naona hapa Patricia mnampatia 500? Am I allowed to go back and renegotiate my salary? Because we are more or less doing the same thing.
Renegotiation is never a problem. The problem, according to the law, now you see, you negotiate the time you came to negotiate for your initial contract, it was you and
the employer.
The employer. It is a private contract between the two of you.
Right.
It would depend also on experience, the time of negotiations. Let me give an example that I like to give, because this is a space that I play football. These are very many disputes that I use. When our players, when Oliech Baby probably came back to Gor Mahia, he was a striker, and also there was another striker in the team. He negotiates for his salary and is given maybe 2 million a month. There is a striker in that team who is earning 100, but they are doing the same job. You understand? But they are different profiles. Doing the same job but different profiles. This other striker earning 100 will not use Oliech as a bargaining chip and probably demand more. It can only demand more based on negotiations, not based on law.
Okay.
You understand?
Okay. What about the is it the job? What's the market? The job rate? I mean the market rate. Sorry. Yeah, the market rate. Like let's say for Oliech, strikers in other teams, how much they are paid? Is there something like the market rate?
This is there could be a market rate, but then there are very many other factors that apply, particularly in sports. Kenyan sports has not developed as much, but the profile of a player. For instance, when Neymar was being signed from Santos to Barcelona, many other things were being looked at, because his profile as a player is a celebrity, a bigger celebrity who is likely to attract more people to watch the team play than any other player. So he's bringing in more revenue, and hence he is
entitled
to more. You understand? But most importantly, you also need to look at the company's internal policies, because you can base your argument legally on a company's internal policies. I've also worked with the police. Now, let me give you an example.
All right.
And this is a police. They are governed by standing orders, but then they also have their own internal policies and manuals. So when you are employed, you can either be employed on the inspectorate level if you have a degree, or at the nini level. This cadet level and the basic level of the wanawaitanga constabulary level.
Yeah,
they have policies that if you are employed at constabulary level, probably your starting salary is 18 to 20,000 there That is basic. And the other, they start at over 30. So if all of you have been employed uniformly, because the employment is uniform, and you realize that I am being paid 15 while the others are being paid at 18, then you have a claim. Under the law, of course, police officers do not sue under the Employment Act. That is given. But you have a claim under the law, and also under the policies. They have their policies. There is also the other issue. If I am speaking about police officers, you realize that your colleagues are being promoted at a faster rate than you. There is also HR career progression manual, policy. Then you look at it and say, okay, after 5 years, I should move from constable to corporal. But the others are moving, I'm not moving. You can also move for discrimination. Understand? And there are very many other cases. You would realize that, and there is a case I'm doing against a big corporation in Kenya, where one of the employees who is able differently has not been
promoted.
Yeah, he has not been considered for many other benefits that the other employees are having, including promotions. So you would ordinarily feel it's either you people look at my disability as an impediment for my growth, and yet my faculties are okay, I can work.
Yeah,
you understand? So you have to look at policies alongside the law, but sometimes the industry also matters. The industry matters, and your contract.
So let's assume that Patricia and I have got the same qualifications. We are both undergraduates, or we have our masters. We've both been in the industry for 10 years. So sisi wote tuko na numbers than me, and I need you to either up me or I don't know. And if my employer doesn't, can I go to court?
That is now the question.
Can I go to court?
That is the question. Negotiations are always open. You can always go back and negotiate. You can actually even say, I have gone back to school. I have more qualification than this person. Add me. You understand? I can do more. We are both lawyers, but then I am an arbitrator. I am a qualified certified secretary, and therefore add me more because I can do more. Or she's not a driver. Sometimes I am a driver and I can drive people to town to shoot. So add me something more. You understand? But now coming to your question, it would depend on what the company policies say. Because apart from the law says that you should be treated equally. Equal pay for equal work done.
All right.
You understand? And equal qualifications. But then also look at the company policies and how you negotiated your contract. But ordinarily, all of you should be treated equally for equal work done.
Okay.
Yes, and particularly, in Kenya, where we are still trying to levelize the ground between women and men, you find that some men would be earning more for equal work done and equal qualification other than their counterparts, the women.
Right.
So that one also needs to be addressed, and the law is trying to address that. And the Employment Act is very, very clear on that. That you should be paid equal work for equal work done.
Initially, why was it like that? In terms of men are paid more than women. What was the notion? Is there like a specific reason, or it was just because of us being a patriarchal society?
It's just being a patriarchal society. Yes. Also remember that men were probably considered they have more responsibility.
Yeah, which is true.
I do not think so. I do not think so.
Okay, let me just deal with you on that. Because, I don't want to.
Listen, I'm not saying that women shouldn't get equal pay. I'm just saying that men have got more responsibilities, financial responsibilities. I come from a place whereby men are taking care of not only their immediate family, that is their wife, their children, but analipia siblings pia shule, analipia wazazi.
What makes you think women don't have those responsibilities?
I'm wondering. I'm just looking at you and I'm like, what are you saying?
Okay, before nijikarange, you are asking a question.
What are you okay, so let us just look at I want to look at maybe the government.
Yes.
The government has kuna public service, is it public service commission?
Yes.
Na pia unapata different agencies ama arms of the government or something, unapata wanalipwa mishahara tofauti. What is it?
Yes, different arms of government, those are different employers. and they have their own internal policies, internal structures in how they pay. For instance, when the Chief Justice William Mutunga took over as Chief Justice of the Judiciary, he made some reforms in terms of HR, and they put in place career progression guidelines. And
that is for judiciary.
For judiciary. But initially, the judiciary was the employees were among the least paid in government. But now, I think they are among the best paid. The AG pays a bit less than the ODPP. Actually, much less. Probably because they are a different department of government. But for them, the avenues, now looking at it commercially, the avenues for growth for the AG, they are wider because you can work throughout all the ministries. You understand? When you go to the ODPP, your salary, probably your basic salary will start at 80, while the AG, it will start at 40 something.
Okay.
But for AG, you will keep on growing. For the ODPP, you would not really grow because you are only going through the ranks of ODPP, and it's just a constraint. Constraint. And I have consulted for a few government agencies. You come to realize that state corporations, or SAGAs, the semi-autonomous government agencies, their salary scales are a bit higher than mainstream government. And that's the mainstream government. For instance, when you look at the GDC, Geothermal Development Company, I have not worked for them. That's why I am referencing them. It's a small entity. You have been employed there on a permanent and pensionable basis. You ordinarily would want to grow through up the radar and become the CEO. But then there are very few opportunities for you to grow as opposed to mainstream government. In the ministries, you can move from the Ministry of Labor to Ministry of Energy in another department because you are in the mainstream government. So you can have a lower salary but higher chances of growing because it's wider than in a smaller entity. Because if you are posted in GDC, you're going to stay in GDC all your employment life. So your salary scale will start at a higher level because chances of it increasing
are minimal.
Minimal, yes.
Now, how will you know market rate of anything? Again, so let's say you've said like at the GDC, you might enter there and then your salary is X amount. So let's even give it a figure. Let's say it's 80,000. And at the time of employment, I go there, and because I don't know, the employment panel asks me, how much do you expect in terms of salary? So assuming this is not a government entity, it's a private
because
entity.
Government entity SRC will always
hizo zinakuanga kwa nini. So if I go to a private company and then they ask me, Mbuvi, so how much do you expect your salary to be? And because maybe from the place I used to work before, I used to earn 20,000. Mukini upgrade at 10,000, for me 30,000, that's a lot. So I come in and say, I'm looking at 30,000. And maybe the market rate for the position that I'm interviewing for is probably even 150k. But because I don't know, I say 30k, and then kampuni yone, yani tuna save 120. Patieni mtu kazi haraka sana.
Muongeze 10 alafu.
Waniambia, as a matter of fact, Mbuvi will upgrade you to 40,000. So start on Monday.
I'm not going to give a legal answer. I'm going to give a street smart answer. Because the law doesn't always apply in a vacuum.
Okay.
When you are applying, if, for instance, I want to work here, the first thing I do is, of course, I'd apply, of course, like any other person, but I'd look for people who work here and try and understand. Even if you don't tell me how much you are earning here, I would want to do
a research.
You people never say. But you would want to see what car they drive, how they dress, where they live, and then you also look at other industries, other similar industries, how people are paid, where you are coming from, how much you are being paid, and then of course you are going to the interview panel and tell them this is how much I earn. Or if I feel like these people here pay a lot more, I'm not going to tell you the exact figure of how much I earn. I'll tell you I earn about this, and I'll inflate it a bit so that you know I have a base, but I cannot go below. Yeah, you are just being street smart. I have a base. I work at Nini. I earn this, but I have commissions that take my money to around 200, and hapo ninalipo 80. Hapo ninalipo 80, but I earn up to around 200 because I have seen that Mbuvi probably earns 300. And then if I am earning this and you want me to leave that place, you can give me 350. Can you take? It's negotiable. It's negotiable. After that, me, I can take anything between this and this, and it is. And if there is room for growth, as I prove my capabilities, you can keep adding me, and that's okay, because then it's also not good to be fixed, but it's also good to do market research for yourself, because there is no fixed amount. The industry, Safaricom will pay better than Airtel because they have profits.
All right.
They have higher profits. KCB will pay better than family because it's bigger than family.
So let's assume I've done my research. Nikuje niangalia other presenters here nione fulani ako na Mercedes, mwingine ako na Range Rover, fulani ako na Lexus, niseme hapa nikiangalia watu hapa ni kama ikienda chini sana, mtu wa chini hapa analipwa 400. So I come here and I tell my boss or future boss, now me akiniuliza hapo kwa mshahara mwambie mimi sichukui anything less than 300. Mdosi anaangalia hivi aseme huyu ni kama elewi. Aniambia Mbuvi, you either take 50 or you go home. You see, now I had already quoted 350, but now these guys have told me, my friend, it's either 50 or you go home. So now what happens there? Do I accept the 50 and go like,
It depends.
Because now I'm desperate. Maybe I've been jobless for the last 3 years. Am I going to leave 50,000 really? Considering I have nothing.
It will depend on your situation. That's my view.
Okay.
But Mimi, what I do market research and I even tell you, I know you pay between this and this for this particular job. Yes, for these qualifications, and I have more. So please, and I can do more. You see, you pay for Mbuvi for this. He has these qualifications. He has this clout. Because that also nini. Na hata mimi niko na Instagram followers, my friend. Nikisema pale that I'm working for this, you are going to get more traction,
right?
More advertisement, revenues and everything. And if you're paying Mbuvi this, and I think I'm better than him, just add me something small.
Okay.
On top. Starting. And you call it starting. Renewable annually. Depending on my performance.
Yeah, that never works. But
I've never been employed, so I wouldn't know.
Last question, still on matters to do with salary. So I've worked in the company for say 5 years, and then now I feel it's time. 50,000 menipatia hii miaka 5. I think now I deserve hata ifike 70 hour. So I go again to HR and I tell them, look at my numbers. I've increased listenership, I've increased revenue, so I feel like this 50k needs to change. And then so I also give them a figure. I tell them, as a matter of fact, I believe I should actually be getting 150 by now. Then HR says, Sasa Mbuvi, I'm afraid right now hatuwezi increase your salary. Let's have this conversation in another 6 months. And I'm actually talking about a situation I've been in. So after 6 months I go back. Here I am, 6 months ndio hii. What are we saying? Wanaambia saizi kwanza hata revenue imekuwa mbaya. The companies are not making money. As a matter of fact, we are thinking of doing a redundancy here. So now what happens after that?
I'll take you back to your contract and the company policies. Yes.
Okay.
What does the contract say? If the contract says that you should be added, there should be a review of salary upwards after every 6 months, then it is your right that you should actually, you can enforce that.
Okay.
It's about enforceability, or if the policies speak to that. If they don't, I'm afraid.
Pole kwako.
This is this situation whereby we have a company that is not doing well revenue wise, and then now it calls its employees, tells them now things are not good here. What you're going to do, every one of you is going to take a 50% cut. Is that
no.
A 50% cut. I have an example of a company that did that to their staff, and then now they were told after a certain period of like 3 months, your pay will get back to your original pay, and after the 3 months, it has never up to date.
That is something that is enforceable, because if your contract is not foresee, in every contract there's something called force majeure. That an act of God, something has happened, COVID has come, We were in the hotelier industry. Airports are closed. There is lockdowns. So we are not getting business. It's not something that we anticipated. We can terminate your contract, or we can find ways of accommodating you, like on half pay.
Yes.
That we are coming out of pocket and paying you until this situation eases. That is something that can be addressed. But then you cannot wake up one day and decrease salary of an employee, even 1 single shilling, without justification. Yes, you cannot also not demote them without justification. That is something that is enforceable in a court of law, that you are actually punishing this employee. Unless it is in your policies that if you do 1, 2, 3, you are liable for demotion, like they do in the police. You can be deranked.
Okay.
You can go 1 rank lower, which would come with salary deductions. But you have to go through the disciplinary process. You have to go through the whole disciplinary. They cannot just say, you have done this. You have to go and explain yourself. You have to be given a right to be heard.
Right.
With all the processes as per the policies of that company. But you cannot just wake up one day and say, now we are going to deduct your salaries. You can say that we are going to deduct your salaries because we are unable to pay now. But these balances, we will pay them after. They should accrue after 3 months. We should be okay. We should be at a better place, and we will pay whatever was accrued and
get
your normal salaries after.
3 months are here, still things have not improved. Bado tunaendelea hivyo hivyo.
Yes. And you see, that is a fundamental breach of contract. If the contract was saying that you were supposed to be paid 100, you are being paid 50, and you are requested to take half for 3 months, and then the full pay benefits will be reinstated, you can actually resign and claim what you call constructive dismissal. It's also another interesting concept in employment law, that when the employer behaves in such a way that you believe that they have fundamentally breached your employment contract. For instance, we were employed to work in Nairobi, and that was the agreement, and then siku moja unashtukia umetumwa Kisumu, mwambia report to Kisumu tomorrow. You are unable to nini. You agreed to work for this company because you are being based in Nairobi, where your family is based. Then you are being told go and work in Kisumu. So that is a fundamental breach. Or they had given you tools of work like laptops and everything, and you are not allowed to use your private tools of work. Then one day you find that they have taken them, so you are unable to work. That is also a fundamental breach of contract, but each case on its own basis. But employee salary deduction is one of the fundamental ways in which you can terminate your employee. You can resign and claim that you've been terminated actually by the employer. That's what constructive dismissal is.
Matters to do with things like sexual harassment in the office. Those ones fall under still employment law?
Yes.
All right. So assuming I am accused by a female colleague of sexual harassment,
or a male colleague,
or even a male colleague, and there is absolutely no proof that I harassed this particular colleague sexually. So now, what happens in such a case? Because it might have happened, it might not have happened. Maybe there's no evidence in terms of hakuna cameras ziliweza kucapture that particular incident, but the party feels very aggrieved. They were assaulted, maybe they were touched inappropriately in the office, something that they did not approve of.
Or you spoke to them inappropriately.
Yeah. Exactly. So how do you go about that? Because I've seen many people's contracts being terminated because a colleague of theirs went and said, fulani amenifanyia kitu fulani, aliniguza kwa njia fulani ama aliniongelesha kwa njia fulani.
This is a very delicate area of law. I know a law firm that was sued for sexual harassment claims. A law firm where one of the partners was my teacher.
Right.
So, these are very shameful allegations. Number one, every employer who has more than 20 employees should have a separate sexual harassment policy. It is in the law. In the Employment Act, should have a separate sexual. Now, this policy should be able to outline the processes and procedures of what amounts to sexual harassment, number one. When it happens, how it is going to be reported anonymously sometimes, because these are very private things, sensitive, yes. And how investigations are to be done, and in case they are done, what repercussions to the perpetrators. You understand? Yes. And if you do not have it, the employee can actually move to court and claim sexual harassment, and even that you not give the avenues of the employee airing their views, the employer will be sanctioned. He will pay damages for that.
Okay.
Yes. But what I'd probably add is sexual harassment in the employment. It can only happen if the person doing the sexual harassment is probably sometimes of a similar rank or a higher rank than you, because then they have more influence over you in the employment space. Yeah, that's all I can say.
Because I was looking at it from the perspective of, now I've come to Radio Generation, nimepata Mung'ala Mbuvi na tumeanza relationship na yeye. So I want to look at it from the perspective whereby it doesn't look bad in terms of law in the company, like workplace relationships. Sometimes people turn them out to look like it's bad. According to law, is that bad?
Yeah, it's not bad. I have seen, actually there was a decision the other day where someone was sacked for having a workplace relationship, and it was held to be unfair termination. Remember, Bill Gates married Melinda Gates when he was CEO of Microsoft, and she was working there. So one of the best ways of the best defenses of sexual harassment is just you to get married.
Okay.
Just get married. But workplace relationships, in my view, and some people get their spouses from the workplace. This is one of the, even Obama and Michelle was Obama's boss, supervisor in the law firm they were working at.
Okay.
It's not bad, but then there should be a policy that regulates how the two of you interact. Sometimes you need to sign some papers if you want to start a relationship.
Oh.
Yes.
We go to the HR, we tell them now, me and Mung'ala, we are starting a relationship.
It is not, even if this one is kind of my supervisor, but we have agreed consensually that we are going to have a relationship privately, so that you do your thing. None of you is going to bring a sexual harassment claim against the other or the company. So it's that simple. Okay. But they are commonplace. I think most employment spheres have those romantic relationships, and most marriages come out of that.
Now, what if a supervisor, and probably even let's even say the CEO, the owner of the company, is trying to get into a relationship with an employee who is not interested in that relationship? Sasa atafanya nini na anahitaji kazi?
So that is squarely sexual harassment.
Sasa anahitaji kazi, mdosi ndio anashinanga akimpigia usiku. Anamkalisha kwa ofisi beyond working hours, so that when now the office is clear.
But you know if it's the CEO, there's always the board. The board supervises the CEO. The sexual harassment policy should be able to have all these mechanisms of airing your grievances, so that if you are a small manager or just a co-worker in the office who is just stupid anakusumbua, then you can report him to their supervisor or to the HR. But if it's a managerial level, you report to the CEO. If it's the CEO, you report to the board. It's a board member, there are other mechanisms.
Okay.
Yes.
Because now if I report, rest assured my job is done.
Yes.
Rest assured, you imeenda.
But you see, sexual harassment claims, the policy should be able to provide very confidential ways so that these things are investigated before this person is actually called to answer, or for him to know that you have been reported. Then these people believe this claim to be true.
Okay.
So there is absolutely no room now for sanctions against you. But you can always report, even if it's frivolous. Then they will investigate their own ways. You provide your money, they look at it. If they find it frivolous, then they just tell you, we do not think we have seen any claim here. Just continue with your work.
Yeah.
Yes. Or look for better evidence next time.
Yes. Record this guy.
Yes.
Or this lady.
Yes. Or get a witness.
All right. So in terms of contractual agreements, when we're going to look for work, whether it's in the corporate world and especially in government, we see a lot of people applying, but people say that the process is usually already predetermined. Hii ingine inakuanga tu ni story. Sana sana watu wa government inasemekananga hivyo by the time you are applying for a position in government. So if I feel like I applied for this position of being a county commissioner, for example, but I see Patricia has been employed and I was more qualified than Patricia, Can I have a complaint against that?
Yes. Let me just give a very live example. When the Attorney General's office was employing, and I do a lot of persons with disability rights matters, it was realized that actually they did not even shortlist the 5% minimum persons with disabilities. And not that they didn't apply, they just didn't shortlist them. And there was a clamor for them to move to court and compel the AG to re-shortlist so that at least Article 54(2) of the Constitution is obeyed. At least you reserve at least 5%. And for you to employ 5% of these people, you have to shortlist at least 10% so that at least 5% are these positions reserved for at least 5% of the people. But then I think there were very many of them who applied, and I do not think they managed to move to court and enforce this. So it's something that is always happening.
Debatable.
Yeah, it is always happening.
All right. Yes. So thank you so much, Mokuma Nyara, for this particular conversation. I hope Wakenya wamesikia in terms of especially those who are employed, na sana sana Gen Z when you wanatafuta employment. I hope they have understood some of these things that we've spoken about. So thank you so much for your time.
Asante, nashukuru.
This is where we come to a close. See you tomorrow, Friday, bright and early, as we have our last conversation for the week before we rest and do it again on Monday. Right now, though, here is the news with Winnie Maganga.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Fresh fears have gripped Kilifi's Chakama Ranch following disturbing claims that controversial preacher Paul Mackenzie is still running his cult from behind bars. This even as 6 children from a previously rescued family are feared dead and buried in what is being dubbed Shakahola 2. The children were part of a family rescued during last year's Shakahola operation. They were among hundreds removed from the forest after deadly religious cult linked to Mackenzie was exposed. Authorities relocated the children and their parents to Nyadorera, Siaya County for reintegration. Nairobi's public health chief officer Tom Nyakaba on Wednesday announced that the city has finally found a lasting solution to its cemetery crisis. Nyakaba says the county has acquired 150 acres of new burial land at Kamiti Prison and Embakasi Garrison. He said the land, which includes 100 acres at Kamiti and 50 acres at Embakasi, is already being prepared to start receiving burials and will be available to the public soon. The announcement comes amid rising